this is another potential opportunity closing in on the final few days of the regular season of the elimination tournament. Welcome to the NCAA Season 100 Inspiring Legacies. We are live here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center at San Juan, and my name is Hans Galeria, covering some of the games that we will be having for game day number 8. First up, makikita natin para sa araw na to ang first seeded na Perpetual Altas to be going up against San Sebastian Staglets na naghahabol pa rin ng kanilang tsansa, ng kanilang pagkakataon to be able to make it into the Final Four. In just a bit ay makikita natin ito because as of the moment, it is Perpetual help system data with a 6-1 record courtesy of Jan Pagulayan's 21 points, 1 rebound, and 4 assists. That was actually turning out to be the microwave option para dito kay Coach Geoff Cleopas. You know that he's very effective with whatever he wants to do. And in addition, posibleng makita din natin yung standings na nandito sa aking tabi. 6-1 para sa Perpetual. Meanwhile, you're also gonna have to look at San Sebastian because this is a team that is slowly trying to regroup in spite of that loss kontra sa Letran just a few days ago, 88-84. Nakita natin sila Sanlea Peñaverde. But one of the things, or one of the matchups na posible nating makita dito would obviously be the big man matchup of today. It's gonna be going up against Lebron Daep and Benedict Jimenez naman para sa kabila. If it's Benedict Jimenez for the Staglets, it's Lebron Daep who could potentially be the regular season MVP candidate for Season 100 ang posible kong manotice as of this moment. As you are taking a look at the Perpetual Altas at this point, really well composed. Just like what I said a while ago, 6-1 record. Very confident, very well-oiled machine ang kanilang ipinapakita as of this moment. Now, if you're gonna have to take a look at the other side as well, nandyan din naman ang team ng San Sebastian Staglets who has continued to flow on their offense, leading towards Ben Jimenez, I think, who is one of the underrated big men ng ating liga. I am sure that this is a matchup that he's definitely waiting for to go up against Lebron Daep of Perpetual, who will be the one to assert themselves closer into that Final Four spot. We will be throwing it over to our game announcer.
At guard number 15, Kian Zanoria. The other forward, number 26, John Roluna. And the other guard, number 29, Dan Rosales. Their head coach is Geoff Cleopas. Here now is the starting lineup of your San Sebastian Golden Staglets. At guard number 4, Sanlea Peñaverde. At center, number 13, Alinor Hajikasan. At guard number 14, Mark Santos. At forward, number 16, Benny Barasigan. And the other forward, number 88, Harry Herrera. Their head coach is Juan Martin. Officiating this ballgame, our crew chief, FIBA International Referee Aaron Ray Cañete. Umpire 1, Kenny Regino. And Umpire 2, Carlo Resurreccion. Alternate official, Dominador Obina. And our commissioner, Mr. Joel Ngo.
Pretty standard lineups here para sa San Sebastian Staglets. You have, of course, the core of Peñaverde, Herrera, and Marasigan to lead this squad. Meanwhile, para naman sa Perpetual Health, it is somewhat of a different starting lineup with Zanoria. In addition, Baldoria na napalakas lang, maybe opening jitters for the guy, but he's never too shy to get a second try. Para sa Perpetual Altas, you know, no Lebron Daep as of the moment. So, Coach Geoff Cleopas just completely giving some sort of license para sa kanyang mga manlalaro to showcase what they can do. They are in a very comfortable position, sitting at 6-1 as of this moment. Of course, for everybody who's watching, mapapanood nyo po kami live here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center. O kung sakali man na nandyan kayo sa inyong mga tahanan, you're probably watching us at the official YouTube and Facebook accounts of NCAA Philippines. Peñaverde makes 1 out of 2. Our score is 2-1. Now it's Zanoria. One of the new additions dito sa lineup. Here's someone who's pretty used to the pressure, but there is almost a steal, but turned out to be a turnover. Good effort. Galing dito sa San Sebastian. They're really turning on the Jets as we speak. Now here's Peñaverde. That is good. Sanlea. Peñaverde starting to heat up pretty quickly. First 3 points para sa kanya ngayon. They lead by 1. You know, it was totally a heartbreaking loss with that Letran group because they were able to hold out their own, but there you have it again. Perpetual will be able to keep possession. The only problem is that they only have 4 seconds to work with. Baldoria, are they aware of the time? They are, but it's not even gonna graze the rim. Marasigan tosses it over. And now they're gonna wait for some reinforcements. Santos. Herrera going up against Tabuan. Santos, 3 on the way. That's good. Oh, this is a really good start para sa kanilang koponan. Tabuan.
TJ Tabuan
is A-okay to at least close it down. Unang 2 puntos yan para kay TJ. 6-4 is the score. Lamang ng 2 dito ang baste. Now here's Bien Marasigan. They can't get it in, but it seems like Peñaverde has done enough para makuha ang bola. Another possession for the Golden Staglets. They have a fresh 14 to work with, if you ask me. Now here's Kian Zanoria after that miss. Roluna, Tabuan with a floater. He seems comfortable with that. Tabuan right away, making it rain. And even on that defensive side, he has provided some impact. Here's Baldoria. Strong take to the basket. Now it's Sanlea. Peñaverde turning on the Jets for 2. Oh, quick 5 points. Dream start for their top scorer. Herrera with a steal. You know, this is San Sebastian's game and you love seeing it. You love seeing it from there. Santos tosses it over to Peñaverde. Herrera, 3. That's good! Harry Herrera lining it up for their squad, but there it goes. John Roluna providing some more spirit para sa koponang ito, getting some first 2 points of his own. But he's going to be called for a foul after that slight bump. Probably sources of intimidation, kaya lalabas muna siya ngayon. Jim Corpus is going to be checking in. You can obviously see that Perpetual strength will be coming from the interior. They have the size advantage. And LeBron Diep's not even on the floor yet. So this is obviously going to be a situation. Our officials taking a look at Corpus and Peñaverde. There seems to be some sort of collision there right from the start. Santos gets it across swiftly. Now he's asking for a screen. Here's Peñaverde, thought about it. Crosses him over. Now it's Santos finding some room. Iniwan pa. And an end one for Herrera. Harry Herrera, 3-level scorer right there. Can hit the 3. And he's also a tall guy, a big guy that you can depend on the paint. Harry Herrera turning it up pretty quickly. First try for Herrera at the free throw line is a miss. But they still lead by 5, 13-8. Corpus. He's looking for someone. He finds Calyangan. No replacements yet for the first 5 here ng San Sebastian. Here's Baldoria with a 3. Baldoria also heating up pretty quickly. 5 points kaagad para kay Rian. Sanlea using the right won't work. Another possession here. Mark Santos. Herrera, straight up J. Masyadong malakas this time. A chance to tie or take the lead here. Cross-court pass. Corpus babawi. Would not work. Calyangan stolen by Peñaverde. Can he find something here? No, he won't. Good stop. Marasigan, some room. Does not work. Herrera forces the issue and is fouled. We see a good balance of shooting from beyond the arc and shooting from the other side para sa kupunang ito. As you see the best player of the game from last game, John Pagulayan, entering together with Lebron Daib, who could potentially be an MVP candidate. Herrera makes the first one. He leads all scorers so far with 6 points. Make that 7. San Sebastian really hopeful to make some sort of impact here. Calyangan, knockout play. Just providing immediate impact right away on that one. Up by 2 still. Look at Santos. Now it's Herrera. Too strong of a J. San Sebastian quickly fixing their defense, but they have no room para dun sa 3 na iiwan ni Pagulayan. Now they have the lead. You know, offense for offense, Perpetual has that scoring 100 points. 103 to be specific in their last game contra sa Brigadiers. Here's Marasigan. He's looking for some points. He couldn't get there. Marasigan looks for Sanlea. Peñaverde, mid-range. It bounces off. But there is a foul na itatawag kay Haji Kasan. So I guess they're gonna try to add some more height here. Getting Marasigan and Haji Kasan off. Putting in itong si Benedict Jimenez together with Joseph Apostol. Here's the matchup we were waiting for. Leaves an opening. Calyangan. Cristino with a mid-range. That's good again. Looking good for Jericho Cristino. Benedict Jimenez, sure shot. Babawi kagad ang kupunan ng Baste. With Benedict Jimenez, first points. Daep brains it from deep. Lebron Daep. 3 points right away, making immediate impact. Pretty high-scoring ball game. We still got a bit more than 3 seconds to go. Here's Jimenez kontra kay Daep. First step, step back move. Not gonna work that time. Now it's Corpus. He's gonna shoot it. That is money. Jim Corpus adds to the lead. Make that 7 for Perpetual. Help 24-17 against the Staglets. Quite an overwhelming force to begin with para sa San Sebastian, and then all of a sudden the shots started to fall para sa kupunan ng Perpetual. They lead by 7 with 2 minutes and 53 seconds in the first. To increase more of that, potentially they're looking for a press. Pagulayan almost had a hand on it. Mark Santos going up against Jan. Apostol chooses the left. He's gonna try to leave it para kay Herrera, but Harry wasn't ready for it. Balik ang bola sa Perpetual. There's obviously some boys para sa kanilang kupunan. Pagulayan still hasn't scored in this game so far, but look at an opening. And there it goes again for Corpus. Jim Corpus. 2 straight up threes all of a sudden. It's Perpetual up by 10. It's raining threes in the morning. Jimenez. Strong take to the basket and finally gets another one. Benedict Jimenez doing really well at this point. Pagulayan lights it up. Still couldn't get some points on the board so far. San Sebastian down by 8 in what seems to be a really good first quarter for both. Apostol looking for some options here. Santos has 3 seconds to work with. Is he aware of it? Not enough time. A turnover is gonna be given para dito sa San Sebastian, with Santos, Herrera, and Peña Verde going out. This is Inot, Victoria, and of course Velasquez checking into this game. 27-19 with only more than a minute remaining. Kaliangan goes left, doesn't get the screen, he gives it to Corpus. Well, already has made 2 threes, gets rejected by Daep, a tall force of nature. He now has 5 points. Almost a miscom there. Victoria gets it for Inot, who's been hounded right at the corner. And it has almost proven to be successful.
18 seconds on the shot clock.
But it looks like the possession will stay with San Sebastian. The lead goes back up to 10. Here's a 3. Masyadong malakas. Although a push from behind was too obvious for Inot, as he will be called for a foul. You know, considering that Perpetual is already in penalty situation, San Sebastian seems to have a hard time because this lineup of Perpetual seems to be really tall to begin with. Now here it goes, zone defense, Pagulayan, straight up J. In and out it goes. Although another foul is gonna be called against the Golden Staglets, they seem to have a really tough time trying to get the ball from the rebound. 5 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Here's Dive against Jimenez, forcing the issue, and he gets it again. 7 points in the first quarter para kay Lebron Dive. 5 seconds remaining. Inot. Natapik ng Perpetual. So they have exactly 3 seconds remaining in this first quarter. San Sebastian plans to line up their shooters, putting Peña Verde and Herrera right back. Who will they pass it to in the final 3 seconds? It's Victoria, 3. Peña Verde right there. In and out it goes. And that is going to be the end of the first quarter. It started off with San Sebastian going strong. And then all of a sudden, Perpetual showcased why they're the third seed. The end of the first quarter, 31 para sa Junior Altas, 19 for the Golden Staglets. Still in action here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center live at San Juan. You are still watching the NCAA Siglo Uno Inspiring Legacies matchup between the Perpetual Junior Altas leading by 12, 31-19 kontra dito sa San Sebastian Golden Staglets. My name is Hans Galeria, and that right there is a foul to start off the second quarter. Already the first team foul, I believe, para sa kanila sa ngayon. Apostol mid-range, just too strong that time. But there is Benedict Jimenez providing some life right at the paint over the outstretched arms of the Junior Altas. Balik ang kalamangan sa 10. Pagulayan thought about it. He leaves it for Cristino, who's been automatic in this game so far. (33-21) is the score. Here it goes again, another matchup between the two. Jimenez forces the issue. Good turnaround jumper. Oh, Benedict Jimenez really showing it how it's done. Corpus again. That is three-pointer number 3 para kay Jim Corpus. Heating up pretty quickly. San Sebastian having quite a hard time trying to get into the position of where Perpetual is going to be taking those outside shots. Victoria tries again. Gusto sanang bumawi, but apparently that's not gonna work. Nitura, bagong pasok lamang dito sa ating laban. Now here's Corpus. Lance. Will he get his shot off? Apparently not. But Pagulayan's there. He only has 3 seconds to work with. That's a rejection from Jimenez. Now the Staglets are on the loose. They're gonna set things up. Maybe not. Apostol in and out. A struggling day for Apostol as of the moment. Here's a shot from Corpus. In and out it goes. That would have been number 4. Unfortunately, there's a foul na itatawag dito kay Harry Herrera. So, Perpetual still going to be keeping that basketball.
14 seconds on the shot clock.
You know, the shooters here of San Sebastian, they've had some openings, but they struggle to convert. Apostol still getting some extended minutes as Peñaverde checks back in para kay Victoria. Pagulayan, jumper. Lakas din, but there it goes again. Looks like the foul is going to be called against LeBron Taib. Was quite in a very difficult position here. Being hounded by 2. Inot, ball stolen by Nitura. Strong take to the basket. Lance Nitura. You don't usually see this guy often, but when he does play, he knows how to make an impact. Inot will be fouled here by Jan Pagulayan. That means Carlo Inot's gonna be shooting too. You know, Carlo Inot has been a really steady force off the bench. As of this moment, he doesn't have points yet. But he's someone that you would expect to make those hustle plays para sa San Sebastian. Carlo Inot missing on that first free throw. Misses on both. That would have lowered down the lead to 13. Now here's Corpus. Dahil kontra kay Candare, nakakapasok lamang. Tosses it to Pagulayan. Doesn't get it in. Candare gets his first rebound. Calling out the play as of the moment. Now it's Jimenez going up against Cristino. He finds some room again. Benedict Jimenez filling up the stat sheet. 10 points already. Cristino, babawi sana. And he wanted to do a tip pass. Got a little too fancy with Diep there. Corpus will be getting his rest. Papasok ngayon itong si Dan Rosales. So Coach Geoff Cleopas really using everything at this point. Valiant defense from Rosales. Masyadong malakas yung paso dito ni Apostol. So with that being said, Agoho is going to be checking in para kay Joseph. Bit more than 3 minutes already passing by in this game, or in this quarter rather. Here's an opening. A shot will not work para kay Aris Borja. Another tall dude standing at 6'7", strong take. As Candare is gonna be fouled here by Dan Rosales. Flaviano Candare has been one of the tall options here. More on like a defensive specialist, providing that big body down para sa San Sebastian. Although you love to see for those free throws to be made at least. That's 4 straight free throws that the Golden Staglets haven't made yet. Would have placed it down to single digits. Pagulayan now. Another jumper and another 3. First 3 points para kay Jan Pagulayan sa larong ito. Nitura couldn't get a hold of the basketball. But one thing is for sure, nararamdaman na paunti-unti ng San Sebastian yung pressure nitong Perpetual. Santos looks to proceed. He tosses it to Jimenez, who's been hot. 12 points in the first half. Benedict Jimenez, you know he's gonna turn up in this matchup. But Pagulayan plans to do the same, just couldn't get it there. Score is 41-27. Now here's Jimenez, sizing up Cristino. Ooh, another turnaround. He is cooking. I repeat, Chef Ben. But here is Borja. Oh, this is a big man showdown here. If it's not Daep, it's Borja. If it's not Borja, it's Cristino. And on that other side, you only have Jimenez, who's been having some extended minutes here, as Aris Borja gets his first 2 points in the game. Pretty high scoring ball game, to be specific, 43-29. As Borja converts on the end one. 3 puntos para kay Aris Borja, and as expected, Perpetual goes back to a press. But Dan Rosales is going to be called for a blocking foul once again. That saves Sanlea Peñaverde.
Second foul on Dan Rosales.
Or actually Mark Santos, to proceed to the line and shoot for 2. They've made the first one. Mark Santos, he has converted the 3 in the first quarter. He now has a total of 4 points in this game. Splitting that one. Halfway point of the second quarter we go. Nitura calling the shots now. Borja given a screen. Harapin niya itong si Candare, turns around and gets the friendly roll. Borja now has 5 points in this game, extending that lead to 16. Now here's Jimenez, who finds Agojo. Not the best shot there. He would have wanted some more openings, but Perpetual is here. Labuan back in the lineup. Now here's Borja. Oh, good high-low play. Nitura now has 4 points as well. Everything going the way Perpetual wants it to. They lead by their biggest at 18. Peñaverde leaves it for Candare. That was too low, but Peñaverde finds it again. Sanlea has 7. Tabuan. Hail Mary shot is not gonna work. Jimenez bringing down the basketball. That is a move, and that is a shot made. Benedict Jimenez. He now has 16. Oh, he is turning up, doing everything in his power to keep the Golden Staglets within striking distance. Providing some speed here. They trail by 14 against the #1 seed, 48-34. Perpetual already in penalty situation. San Sebastian still has 2 more fouls to give. But if we're looking at the point contributions of both of the teams, Benedict Jimenez is 16. Sanlea Peñaverde has 7. Harry Herrera has 7. Mark Santos has 4. And those are the only players that have scored so far para sa San Sebastian. Meanwhile, if you're looking at the other side, a total of 9 different players have already contributed para dito sa kupunan ng Perpetual. So the others probably need to keep it going as Peñaverde. Well defended by Perpetual. Zanoria got too excited. But apparently, those are some of those exciting moments that you can't really get a hold of yourself. Babalik ang bola dito sa San Sebastian. Santos kontra kay Zanoria. Peñaverde has some room, but there is a foul. Would have been a make, but Benedict Jimenez was called for an illegal screen. Causes for an offensive foul here. Joseph Apostol is going to be back in this game. Less than 3 minutes to go in that first half. Now here's Zanoria. Binalik kay Tabuan. Tosses it over to Jan. Roluna finds Baldoria. The Perps tossing it around. And they get it right back. Fresh 14. Ooh, sidestep move is good para kay Dan Rosales. Using that left side. Big strides. Peñaverde high flying. Perpetual is going to be called for a foul. Heavy risk taker here. Itong si Sanlea Peñaverde. Obviously wants the shot to be made. Sanlea struggles to make some shots from the charity stripe. He has only made one free throw so far. But finally splits it. Peñaverde has 8. Here's Tabuan, some room. Masyadong malakas. But look at Roluna's outstretched arms. Just getting that rebound. And Santos had no choice to foul. No choice but to foul. Zanoria with the inbound. He gets to Baldoria. Now here's Rosales. Tabuan with some space. He now has 6. Balik na naman ang lamang sa 17. And here's defense working once again para sa Perpetual as everything is going the Junior Altas' way. Really getting the plays that they want. And the foul is going to be called against the Golden Staglets, who seem to have struggled in trying to contain that give-and-go high-low play here. That's being done by Perpetual. This is obviously what happens when you force your way, move without the ball. And we're actually going to check on whether or not this is going to be an official intervention, or apparently not. No more reviews needed. John Roluna is going to be shooting 2. As he misses on the first. Turns up on the second. Balik na naman ang kanilang kalamangan sa pinakamalaki nitong lamang. At 18. Both teams already in penalty situation. And Santos couldn't get it across kontra dito kay Zanoria. So it seemed to be somewhat of a hot start para sa Golden Staglets. Have lowered down as Rosales from way out did not work. Baldoria plans to do the same inside. Now with 47 seconds remaining, Apostol. Now here's Herrera, short. Tabuan is on the run. Roluna was caught stepping on the line. Kaya babalik ang bola dito sa San Sebastian. (53-35). This man-to-man full-court pressure has obviously been working para sa Perpetual. Marasigan wants to toss it over. They completely got a hold of that. Roluna flying high. 15 seconds remaining. John Roluna has 5. And the pressure continues for Perpetual. Everything going Coach Joff Cleopas' way. San Sebastian can't even get a shot off. Final 11 seconds of the half. Roluna gets a screen. Some more room. And he gets it to go. John Roluna with 5 straight points to finish off the first half para sa kupunan ng Perpetual help as the Junior Altas cruise control 57-35 kontra sa San Sebastian Golden Staglets. We'll be back for the second half. Halfway point of the very first game of the 8th match day of NCAA Season 100 Inspiring Legacies. This is a very good moment para sa Perpetual Help Junior Altas as they lead by 22 big points kontra sa San Sebastian Golden Staglets 57-35. It was a really good effort from a total of 9 different players mula dito sa kupunan ng Perpetual as they lead by 22, led of course by none other than Jim Corpus with 3 3-pointers apiece, and makikita natin yan sa stats in just a bit on how the Perpetual Junior Altas was able to take control of the situation. Field goal attempts, Perpetual had 8 more compared to the Junior Altas or compared to the Golden Staglets, given na mas maraming ang turnovers na nakuha dito ang San Sebastian. And those turnovers ay dahil sa man-to-man full court pressure na ina-apply ng Perpetual Junior Altas. And those 9 turnovers have been converted actually by the side of Perpetual. 16 assists right from the start. San Sebastian was really trying to distribute the ball, given that most of the shots from beyond the arc were falling. But as soon as those shots didn't really start to fall, they started to go straight to the basket right away. And medyo napipredict na yun ng Perpetual Junior Altas. Rebounding has been going on to the side of Perpetual as well, as they lead by 5 in there, 23-18. So San Sebastian would really have to find a way to get themselves in the groove. Probably repeat or replicate the same thing that they had in the first quarter. Kasi kung makikita nyo naman yung leading scorers natin, Benedict Jimenez really, outdoing himself as of this moment. 16 points so far in this game, but you see how well-oiled of a machine the Perpetual Junior Altas is, given the fact that Lebron Daep isn't even part of the leading scorers of this game. Goes to show you how much of a good contribution every single member of the Perpetual Junior Altas is. And that is basically the reason why they're leading the standings at 6 wins and only 1 loss. Corpus with 9, Roluna, Cristino, and even Lebron Daep with 7 as well. Meanwhile, you have Benedict Jimenez, Sanlea with 8, Harry Herrera with 7, Mark Santos with 4, and other than that, there's really not any other player that has contributed so far para sa San Sebastian. So with that being said, you love to see some more points being scored by the other players as well. Let's see if they'll be able to get themselves in the groove, or will the side of Perpetual Help be able to take this all the way for their win number 7. Third quarter underway between the Perpetual Junior Altas and the San Sebastian Golden Staglets. The men in white lead by 22, 57-35. Pagulayan picking up where he left off. 3 and 1 para kay John Pagulayan, who has made his second 3 in this game. It's completely an understatement to say that everything is going well para sa kupunan ng Perpetual. Pagulayan, the best player of last game against EAC with 21 points. He's planning to almost do the same, and has taken completely more efficient shots here. He has a total of 7. Jimenez gives it to his guard. Will be successful in bringing down the ball. Peña Verde. Quick 3 is good as well. Now Peña Verde joins Jimenez, being the only 2 Staglets in double figures. Caliangan leaves it for Cristino. short, but they almost get it right back. Just not the best option there in terms of a tip pass. So this is how it's going to go again. Perpetual with a man-to-man full court press. Jimenez, how unlikely that it's the big man is actually bringing the ball down, but apparently not. Now here's Jimenez, straight up J. That is good, even again. Jimenez doing everything he can for his team. He has a total of 19 big points. Halos kalahati ng buong scoring output ng San Sebastian. But the firepower of this Junior Altas team is something that they need to control as a unit. Because the Perps still lead by 20. Cristino tosses it to Corpus. Now Daep. A chill, cool, calm, and collected shot from Corpus does not work. Peña Verde on the run. Jimenez tries again. Off to the right goes that ball. Kaliangan. Now here's Pagulayan with some room. Gets it to go. Now weirdly enough, Jan Pagulayan is the first Junior Altas who's at double figures with 10. He has made 3 3-pointers. And he almost got a steal too. He leaves it for Apostol. Can he finally break it? Not just yet. Outlet pass. Touchdown for Cristino. Jericho Cristino, everything going the way Perpetual has it planned. They lead by 23. Peña Verde just continues to chuck up shots, but that time it didn't work. Now Kaleangan. Perpetual tossing the ball around. But that time it was rejected by Haji Kasan. But Joseph Apostol was caught standing. His foot on the line. An extra 4 seconds will be given here.
4 seconds on the shot clock. 4 seconds to shoot.
Can they have enough room? Here goes Lebron Daep, and 1. Too big, too strong. Lebron Daep with 9.
Bonus free throw for Lebron Daep.
Perpetual just overwhelming San Sebastian with their height advantage. And now Lebron Daep is the 3rd Junior Altas player in double figures. Marasigan. Now here's Peña Verde. He has some room, but he gets rejected by Corpus.
16 seconds on the shot clock.
They're looking for some more openings as of the moment. Just 10 seconds to work with. Victoria. Now here's Peña Verde. Lines it up. And he's going to be going to the line to shoot for 3 after Jim Corpus was caught
Pushing foul, number 9, Jim Corpus.
for a foul.
Larry Herrera coming in for-
He didn't really anticipate that Sanlea Peña Verde was going to hit it from that angle as he was closing in on him. Peñaverde makes the first. And the second. Has made at least 4 out of 7 from the free throw line as of the moment. For the entirety of the matchup, first half, they've only made 5 out of 13. Now they've made 8 out of 16. Courtesy of Sanlea Peñaverde's 3 points. Trying to bring the lead back down. Daep is just too much at the paint. So Daep's gonna be shooting for 2. And you know that with his stroke alone in that free throw line, he's been really working on that for years. As he makes 3 straight free throws. They've successfully broken the press, and Jimenez waiting on that other side. 21 points for Benedict Jimenez. But here it goes again. Cristino, an opening. Tries to force the issue. But Peñaverde was there for the rebound. 25 is the lead. Sanlea tries to cut it. Way out and way off. Almost at the halfway point of the third quarter we are. They seem to have completely taken control, this Perpetual squad. Caliangan. The screens have been hitting. Caliangan doesn't get the make. Now here's Victoria going for it. And apparently a blocking foul is going to be called against Caliangan. It will not be under the act of shooting. Lance Netura is going to be checking back into this ballgame. Some sort of commotion here between Cristino and Jimenez. Daep simply instructing him to calm down, but to also put the same amount of pressure. Almost a 5-second violation. Crisis averted here by San Sebastian, but not that one. Netura, Pagulayan, Daep waiting, but it hits the side of the board. Would have been a highlight play. Peñaverde thought about it. Iiwan niya dito kay Herrera. Now here's Marasigan. Mid-range is good. Bien Marasigan. Finally, the 5th player to score a point here para sa kupunan ng San Sebastian. But they still have a mountain to climb here. Netura lost the possession. Peñaverde skying high for that layup. Peñaverde and Jimenez, the dynamic duo here. For San Sebastian as Netura holds the basketball. 5 seconds remaining. John Roluna leaves it for Daep, who shoots from beyond. It does not work. Could potentially be another point here for San Sebastian if things go well. Jimenez challenging the MVP candidate. He gets it right back. Forces the issue. Does not work, but look who is there. Victoria couldn't get the third try. Less than 4 minutes to go in this game. In this third quarter, rather. Dive shoots another attempt at a three, and that time it's money. Second three-pointer para kay Lebron Dive. And look at Roluna, or should I say Nitura. And after a 4-0 score mula sa San Sebastian, it's a 5-0 counter for them as Sanlea. Iniwan kay Bien. Easy shot won't work. It will still be San Sebastian ball. But it seems like the damage has been done. Perpetual at their biggest lead at 26, 76-50 contra San Sebastian. Final 3 minutes and 4 seconds of the third quarter. San Sebastian with the inbound. They are also in penalty situation here. Seems to be some action. They still found a way. Look at Rosales getting the turnover. Roluna tries it from deep. Does not work. Peñaverde slowing it down. The junior Altas are right there. And Dive gets it in. Look at Roluna. Easy two-pointer. The press is putting the pressure as it was meant to be. Peñaverde. Everything not going San Sebastian's way. Sanlea Peñaverde currently has at least 15 points, but those came from obvious hard work, just like this one. Marasigan, smallest guy on the floor, biggest shot available. 4 points in the third para kay Bien Marasigan. Lead still up. Everything going the way Perpetual wants it to. Movement off the ball. Nitura, three. It's off. Peñaverde rushes to find his spots. Marasigan slows it down. There's a foul called on Dan Rosales once again. That is the third foul of Dan Rosales in this game. Substitutions are going to be checking in as, you know, Lebron Diep, 6'7". For San Sebastian, it's probably nice. But then all of a sudden, it's Ares Borja checking in, another 6'7" dude. Yikes. Marasigan, strong take to the basket, in and out it goes. John Melano, bagong pasok lang din sa ating laban. It's just simply right there to take control of the situation. But then San Sebastian Golden Staglets have asked for a review of what has probably happened. Including this game, there's obviously the last two games para sa koponang ito, para posible na makita natin kung ano ba ang posibleng mangyari sa atin ngayon. The final game, potentially, of San Sebastian would be going up against Mapua University. Habang sa kabila naman, right after this game, Perpetual is going to be going up against Letran in that fated matchup, which is something that you obviously shouldn't miss. So with that review, San Sebastian was successful. So it means that the Golden Staglets will be keeping in possession, but they seem to be having a hard time trying to inbound the ball. Here's John Melano's three. Too strong on that attempt. Itura, cross-court pass to Rosales. Was a bit too strong, but Roluna absorbs it. Now here's Tabuan. Couldn't find it. Peñaverde thought about going out. Kicks it out instead. Jimenez, strong take to the basket. He has 23 points. Just unfortunate that they're still down this big. Now it's Borja's turn. Big man matchup. Is A-okay? Ares Borja, 7 points in this game now. Everybody contributing for Coach Joff Cleopas. Jimenez plans to go ISO. There's the help. But Peñaverde has it anyway. Second try is nigh. Babalik ang bola dito sa koponan ng Perpetual with only 16.6 seconds to go. 4-on-5 advantage. Roluna flying high. Now Borja looks for the attempt. There's a steal. Melano, is he aware of someone behind? The roll doesn't go. At meron na lang tayong 2 segundo para sa third quarter. John Melano looks to actually subtract from what could potentially be a huge blowout here. John Melano becomes player number 6 to score here for San Sebastian. Really need all contributing factors so far. Makes them both. 2 seconds remaining. Quick pass. Melano was there to tap it out of bounds. 0.7 of a second remaining. And looks like they're going to be calling for a timeout to like fixture up on some play here. 80-56 is the score. Final 7/10 of a second in the third. .7 seconds remaining here. Coach Joff Teopas called for a final timeout in the third to hopefully make a play here. How they'll be able to execute it, and they do! Roluna, he was even shocked that the ball went in. And I think that was good from the looks of it. That might be good, but we're gonna take a look at the review. But everybody was happy with that attempt. And the basket is good for John Roluna, as an attempt gets him to be the 4th junior Altas player to score. He still can't believe it. They lead at their biggest, 82-56, heading into the fourth. Final frame of action here at the very first game of match day number 8. Live at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center. This is NCAA Season 100 Inspiring Legacies. My name is Hans Galeria, and Perpetual Junior Altas just taking control in this game so far. 82-56. With a buzzer beater from John Roluna, as Joseph Apostol finally breaking that cold streak. They obviously need more of that. And he was also part of the starting lineup, but he tried to get some shots on the board. Not really happening for him so far, but at least there was one. Better late than never. Roluna became the 3rd junior Altas player in double figures. Now here's Sanlea Peñaverde. Good defense from Zanoria. Jimenez, 3. Rolls off the basket. Borja setting things up. He leaves it for Jan. Roluna gets it to Valdoria. Borja wants to toss it over. Now Peñaverde, foot race. Oh, he was completely intimidated by John Roluna there. Not giving up on the play was Perpetual during that time. Now Borja, another high-low play does not work once more. Peña Verde, straight up three. That's good. Apparently, it's only a two-pointer for Sanlea Peña Verde. Another turnover for Perpetual. But then Rosales gets it right back. You know what time it is, but he missed it. Roluna got too excited. And another turnover. Not the usual Perpetual we see. Apostol looks to punish. Doesn't get the friendly roll. Now Zanoria asking them to calm down. Here's Borja, thought of the three. The big guy, it does not work that time. No, these are chances that they could capitalize on. And that's exactly what Peña Verde's gonna do. Sanlea Peña Verde, that's his second three-pointer in this game so far. Roluna is gonna be sitting down. This is still a lot to chase, but from 82-56, that's a 7-0 run by San Sebastian. Corpus has made 3 three-pointers in the first half. Rosales, Pinoy step. Doesn't work that time. Peña Verde on the run again. Good anticipation from Corpus. Not letting Peña Verde get some easy shots on his spot. Halos yung paborito niya kasi is that left elbow. That's where he takes most of those three-pointers. Here it goes. Quite an opening. Candare overcooks that. But there is a foul called against Perpetual. So Flaviano Candare is going to be shooting at the line for 2 free throws. Could be what they need here to make a late game run. Although Candare just missed on the first one. The 5 on the floor so far para kay Coach Joff Cleopas hasn't been working. Gaano man binalik niya. Itong si IC Kaliangan and Jim Corpus as well to hold the line for their squad. Candare misses on both. Now here's an attempt from Rosales. Too strong. But look at Baldoria fighting for it. Peña Verde had more fight in that possession. Sanlea hounded by Corpus again. He chooses to go left. There's a steal, successful. Right at the foot races Rosales. And one. Dan Rosales leads everybody in that fast break. So he's going to be shooting for an end one attempt. But off cam we saw itong si Jim Corpus limping heading back into the bench. So to the bench he goes together with Aris Borja. At ang babalik sa laban natin ngayon, walang iba kundi si Jan Pagulayan at si Lebron Daep. Rosales converts on the end one. (85-63), finally stopping the scoring drought here. Peña Verde Plans to heat up. Couldn't find the bottom of the rim. Now here's Pagulayan. Diep, straight up three. Damn! My, oh my, Lebron Diep can do everything at this point. That's his third three. Buckets after buckets. He's a 6'7" dude who can catch and shoot the basketball. My, oh my. 18 points for Lebron Diep. Now Kaliangan finds Pagulayan wide open. John gets his own rebound. Now there's another one wide open. Bottoms. Bottoms for Rosales. Dan Rosales has 8. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gunting with some room. Overcooks that. And the possession will go to Perpetual. What a barrage from 3. You've had Rosales attempting it. You know, a while ago, we started off at 82-63. Now a 9-0 run. Brought about by 6 straight points from Dan Rosales. And a 3-pointer from Lebron Diep to bring it back up to 91-63. Diep gets it to Rosales. Give and go play is A-OK. Diep reaches the 20-point mark. Peñaverde lines it up. Gets his own rebound. And you know, Peñaverde hasn't really missed out on the scoring output. He's there together with Benedict Jimenez. But there was a good move from Rosales. Peñaverde overextending on defense. And just like that, Dan Rosales is the 4th junior Altas player in double figures. Here's a screen. Now Peñaverde thought about it. Milano, 3. Masyadong malakas. The lead is at 13, 95-65. Now here's Kaliangan. No look pass to Baldoria down low. Pagulayan was waiting on the other side. And he gets the friendly roll. This might be another 100-point game para sa kanila ngayon. Pagulayan now with 12. A 3-pointer attempt from Peñaverde does not work. Now the rest of them tries to push through. Diep notices Kaliangan. Patient basketball by the Perps. Now here's Baldoria. He says, I'm gonna take it. Lebron plans to do the same. But Sanlea is on the run again. 4 against 1. They still get an extra possession. But almost an entire platoon substitution is gonna be made. Perpetual help with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining on their way to win number 7. The Perpetual Help Junior Altas are on their way for win number 7. Close to a 7-1 record. Meanwhile, this decreases the possibilities of Final Four here para sa San Sebastian. But of course, you want to finish out strong. Maybe get some plays on your arsenal. We haven't really seen a lot of fouls in this fourth quarter. We've seen more or less fast-paced basketball. As the inbound is about to happen. Baseline para sa San Sebastian with 2 minutes and 35 seconds remaining.
Upon review was a 2-point basket. Official score 64 for the San Sebastian Golden Stagnants and 97 for the Perpetual Help Junior Altas.
And actually,
20 seconds on.
Looking at some of the attempts here, apparently there was a 3-pointer that was caught stepping on the line. So instead of a 3, it's going to be awarded as a 2. Maybe it's for Sanlea Peña Verde. So instead of 97-65, it's going to be 97-64. That is what our officials are actually taking a look at, just to be sure. As you see them right at the bottom left of your screens, just, starting to wonder on the scorer's table on how it's going to be like. But again, just in case you guys missed it, ang ating magiging susunod na laban right after this are the Lyceum Junior Pirates to be going up against the San Beda Red Gubs. Nasusundan naman ng Arellano Braves going up against Letran Squires. All 10 teams are going to be showcased for today, and you will see them right here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center here in San Juan. At mapapanood nyo rin kami live on the internet. That's at the official Facebook and YouTube pages of NCAA Philippines. And apparently, the 3-pointer from Sanlea Peña Verde stands as a 3. So the point will stay at 97-65. But the possession will not stay with San Sebastian, as a turnover has been deeply costly for them. Now they try to proceed. Here's an attempt from John Pagulayan. 1 out of the 4 Junior Altas players in double figures. Now here's Kalyangan, no look pass again to Baldoria, and is fouled. So with that being said, Rian Baldoria currently has 5 points, but he's done a lot of contributions so far in this game, especially on the defensive side of the floor. Baldoria makes the first, 2 points away from another 100-point game. Makes them both. Only 1 point separating Perpetual and 100. Meanwhile, for San Sebastian, you'd love to see some sort of extra action being applied, as Dan De La Cruz is getting some early reps here para sa kanyang koponan, and the same could be said para kay Kurt Patalinghug. Nakakapasok pa lamang, you see the bench, they're very happy with this addition. They're gonna try to rack up some plays as of the moment. Now Jimenez plans to go ISO. Turnaround jumper is cash para kay Benedict Jimenez. Solid player here for San Sebastian. Now here's Cristino. He leaves it for De La Cruz. Now Pagulayan lines it up. Bottoms. John Pagulayan, 15 points para sa kanyang kupunan. Now they have broken the 100-point mark once again. 102-67. Jimenez, another three. Short this time. But Peñaverde not giving up on the play pretty quickly. He tries it up. Strong take to the basket. Sanlea Peñaverde has been going crazy in that scoring output. The same could be said for Benedict Jimenez. "25 points for Sanlea Peñaverde and 23 for Benedict Jimenez. There it goes inside. There's a shot, does not work that time. Para dito kay Zamoras. Final 40 seconds. Peñaverde attempt again. Does not work. Here comes Zamoras on the run. Patalinghog, three. Does not get it in. Now they could potentially have some opportunities here. An opening could be needed. Cristino. And a layup follow-up gets it in. Para kay Dan De La Cruz. And the bench is definitely happy about that. And that is exactly how it's gonna go. Win number 7. All smiles ahead para sa Perpetual Health Junior Altas, who stay at the top of the standings after defeating the San Sebastian Golden Staglets. Final score, Junior Altas 104, Golden Staglets 69. best player of the game right after that dominating win by Perpetual Help is Lebron Daep. 20 points, 6 rebounds, an assist, and a steal. Lebron, congratulations with that win. Win number 7. I'm sure this means a lot for you, especially with your team. Tatlo kayo na naka-double digits. Maybe talk to us about the scoring output na pinapakita nyo ng Perpetual every single game.
About dun sa scoring output namin is hindi namin tinitingnan yung score ng bawat isa. More like team kami and lahat kami nagbibigay ng kumbaga ambag sa team, and yun nga sinasabi ni Coach yung palagi, hindi namin tinitingnan yung stats namin kasi as a team kami nananalo and dun kami malakas.
You know, nakita ko, this is the second straight game na umabot kayo ng 100 points pagdating doon sa score. Gaano ba kataas ang kumpiyansa ng team na to heading forward into the Final Four considering na ganitong klaseng level na yung pinapakita niyong basketball?
Yung confidence kasi nanggagaling sa training, and doon nga sa training kami parang go hard kami and tinitreat namin yung training like game. Kaya pagdating sa game parang training lang din, kaya sanay na kami sa mga ganitong laro.
You know, Lebron, you are considered as one of the top prospects of this year. Nakakadagdag ba ng pressure yun sa'yo, or does that give you more motivation to actually play better?
Hindi naman po nakakadagdag ng pressure, but yeah, nadadagdagan ako ng motivation kasi yun, gusto kong pakita sa kanila na kung anong kaya kong gawin, and yun nga, yung mga teammates ko, yun yung sila nagbibigay ng lakas sa akin and makita nila as a role model ako.
And you were able to do that. Congratulations once again. Ibibigay ko na sa iyo ang pagkakataon ng pasalamatan. Lahat ng gusto mong pasalamatan.
First and foremost, kay Papa God, thank you sa lakas na binigay namin para maabot tong panalo na to, and sa Tamayo family, sa coaches namin na walang sawang sumuporta sa amin, and sa mga pamilya ko dyan sa Bicol, and kay Tani, shoutout sa'yo, and sa Team Balabagon dyan na nanonood, shoutout sa inyo dyan, and sa papa ko na palagi nanonood sa akin, yung mama ko din, and yung kapatid ko na bata pa, magagaling din yun, and shoutout sa'yo sa beautiful kong girlfriend, and kay Kuya Bon, shoutout sa'yo sa pagsundo sa akin kahapon. Salamat, and yun lang po.
Lebron Daep, congratulations, our best player of the game. In just a bit, panibagong laban na naman ang ating makikita. Magbabalik ang NCAA Season 100. The second game of match day number 8 is underway dito lamang sa NCAA Season 100 Inspiring Legacies matchup between the Lyceum of the Philippines University Junior Pirates going up against the San Beda University Red Cubs. We are live here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center live in San Juan at mapapanood nyo rin kami dyan mismo sa official Facebook and YouTube pages ng NCAA Philippines. The players that you see on your screen, the San Beda Red Cubs, are looking for their 5th win to be able to have a higher chance of making it towards that Final Four spot dahil ito ang kanilang kinakailangan to be able to leave that mark and possibly make it into the Final Four. It was a completely statement win na nakuha nila kontra sa Arellano University, ending it at 105-68. You also see some glimpses of glory mula dito kay Lawrence Batumbakal, scoring 19 points, 7 rebounds, and 9 assists. Almost an entire triple-double mark. Meanwhile, ito namang LPU, they are still looking for that very first win. It was a very tight contest na nakita natin mula sa kanila when they went up against the CSB LSGH Greenies and they lost 100-92. It was quite an unfortunate incident, but you're really gonna have to take a look at Josh Pauly. He's been that guy who's starting to contribute later on in the matchup. During the early parts of the season, we haven't really seen him get comfortable in his own spots, but it was a totally different story on the second half of all of the games that we have been witnessing. So maybe he could potentially use that size to be able to take advantage of his domination in the paint in just a bit. Lyceum of the Philippines University going up against San Beda University. Tip off in just a few seconds.
Back here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center for our second game, Juniors Basketball Eliminations in Season 100 of your NCAA Siglo Uno Inspiring Legacies. Let's first call out the starters of our hosts. At forward, number 23, Paul Engio. The other forward, number 27, Jericho Abrantes. And at center, number 34, Josh Pauly. Their head coach is Al Vergara. Check out now the starters of your San Beda Red Cubs. At forward, number 1, MJ Vailoses. At guard number 9, Joaquin Wagan. The other guard, number 18, Jury San Juan. At center, number 22, Randale Medroso. In the other forward, number 33, Lawrence Batumbakal. Their head coach is Miko Roldan. Officiating the small game, our crew chief, FIBA International Referee Emmanuel Faraon. Umpire 1, Rostum Mendoza. In umpire 2, Irvin Calzada. Alternate official, Cyruf Ungad. And our commissioner,
another
Mr. Joel.
Starting lineup para sa kupunan ni Coach Miko Roldan and the San Beda Red Cubs with San Juan, Wagan, Vailoses, Batumbakal, and Medroso. Meanwhile, you see Abrantes, Dagum, Lucas Peña, Jos Pauly, and Paul Engio getting into the starting lineup for the LPU Junior Pirates. There seems to be some sort of additions here as Paul Engio gets the starting nod. For LPU, he's been one of the contributing factors all throughout the season para sa Junior Pirates, and you love to see him get some minutes early on in this matchup as we are underway. Vailoses, quick trigger on that floater is not gonna work apparently. First attempt yon para sa San Beda. So we're not seeing si Panerio and even some of the other players here as Abrantes also missing on that first attempt. Batumbakal, best player of the game on their last run, is also gonna miss on his attempt. Now Dagum locates the dribble, finds Pauly, but San Juan was right there. 3-on-1 fast break. Vailoses finds Wagan. Short on the step. Fresh 14 is going to be awarded. Now here's Wagan from the right corner. Only 3 seconds remaining. San Juan bumps bodies. Fader's not going to work. Both teams looking for their first point in this game so far. Starting off slower, both the Junior Pirates and the Red Cubs, but Tag-Um finally breaks it open. First 2 points ito para kay Clifford Tag-Um. Vailoses was there, wide open, waiting on the paint. MJ Vailoses, one of the top prospects of this year. Now Paulie tries to contest against Medroso, shrugs him off, and is fouled. He's now gonna go to the line to shoot for 2. The last time LPU was there, their last game, it was a very close call between the College of St. Benil Greenies. And Jos Paulie has been a huge problem for the big man, especially with how he is. He split at those free throws. That's where usually is being put to work by some of the other teams as the ball is stolen again. Peña, strong take to the basket. Lucas Peña is A-OK. Medroso is gonna be missing it. Peña's first 2 points. Now strong take by Tag-Um this time. But it was a good tap from Vailoses. So LPU was stopped in their tracks. San Beda is gonna take it back. San Juan looking for Vailoses again. Medroso, another mid-range. He gets that. Randale Medroso, good seeing him back on his feet now. The long break probably got him some rest too. Score is at 5-4. The Junior Pirates are currently on the lead. San Juan with the steal. Keeps possession, the big guy bringing it down. Patumbakal to Wagan, thought about it. Now here's Vailoses, some room. Doesn't get it in. Good tap from San Juan. Patumbakal, another strong take, and then he goes to the line. Already only the first personal foul. And obviously the first team foul para dito sa LPU. Patumbakal, not the best start for him in this one, as it was an air ball at the free throw line. Something we don't usually see from him. Shrugs it off and completely swishes the second. Patumbakal has his first point in this game. Now Abrantes, 3. That's good. Or that was actually just a long 2. But look at Wagan over the outstretched arms of Paulie. Waki Wagan gets his first 2 points in this game as well. Abrantes wanted to go for a heat check. He doesn't get it. Turnover para sa LPU. And now they plan to continue. All 7 is the score. Vailoses tipped right away by Clifford Dagom, which is definitely a good sign. Inbound, only 14 seconds remaining in the shot clock. Batombakal, the Red Cubs rotating the ball. Vailoses with a quick spark in his step. Another fresh 14. San Juan tosses it to Lawrence. Medroso, this time from the other side. Does not work. Another attempt. Another rebound. And another almost. And Abrantes gets it to the other side, finally. Lead stays with neither team. Now they try to go. Engio leaves it for Poli. Peña, 3. Does not get it, but Engio, may Buelo heading forward, and it's good. Paul Engio. First 2 points in this game. They lead once again by 2, 9-7. And Poli wanted to go at it again, but it was a good effort from the big guy. And now substitutions are going to be coming in for their squad. That is Francis Doliente, Andre Ugadan, and also Benedict Roma checking in for the Red Cubs. Vailoses gets a screen. He finds Ugadan. Soft touch will not work. But Medroso looks like he's going to be called for the loose ball foul here. He was looking at, of course, the coaching staff, obviously thinking that it was me who was fouled. Pero hindi ganon ang tingin ng ating mga opisyales. Less than 5 minutes to go in the first quarter. Jos Poli goes up against Mondigo, double team. Good defensive possession. Still some more, 5 seconds remaining. Poli, ball stolen by the Red Cubs. Ugadan all the way to the basket. Andre Ugadan had a good stride to his step. And with that being said, more openings have been given. So Poli, unfortunately, kind of forced the issue during that time. He's going to be subbed out. Steven Creyos is going to check back in. Kasama nitong si Zyren Panerio. Now it's Ugadan. Tween, Mondigo with a shot. Rolls off the basket. Chance to take the lead once more para sa LPU, but a foul is going to be awarded to San Beda. Already 3 team fouls, only 1 more foul to give para dito sa kupunan ng Red Cubs as they're going to be going with a baseline inbound. For someone who hasn't won a single game this season, you see some sort of fight from this LPU roster. They're really determined para makuha yung kanilang unang panalo this season, and they've started off pretty decent against San Beda, who was red hot from that matchup against Arellano. Dagom with his first throw attempt is good. Clifford Dagom now has 3 points. There's a total of 5 different junior Pirate players that have scored in this game. calmly 6 the second. Doliente notices that he has all the room to himself. Doesn't get it. Crayos is going to absorb the basketball, but San Beda is going to be able to set up their offense. Here's Crayos going up against MJ. That was a good defense from MJ Vailoses, pulling the chair on Crayos. Kaya itong si Steven Crayos ay matatawagan ng traveling violation. 3 minutes remaining in the first quarter. 11-9 is the score. Ugadan, another take. But there was a foul. Called against the side of LPU. Baseline inbound. Brings it to Doliente. Now Vailoses right there. LPU playing a 2-3 zone. It leaves Doliente with some room. First three by San Beda has been finally made. Panerio with a poor pass. Ugadan all alone for the jam. Free the runway. Andre Ugadan took flight. And San Beda leads by 3 with an emphatic slam. 14-11 in favor of the Red Cubs. And with that slam, all of a sudden it's San Beda at the driver's seat. 14-11. They resort to a press this time. This is where LPU usually struggles. Panerio finding some space and he gets it over. The Red Cup defenders para sa kanyang unang 2 puntos. Lead cut down to at least 1. Quick passing here by San Beda. Ugadan challenges Julio. Tries to go at it. Not the best shot available there. 1 minute and 40 remaining. Julio thought of passing it, but then all of a sudden, players scrambling for the ball. As LPU will still be able to keep things in possession. Daniel Altamirano is going to be checking in para sa Junior Pirates at this point. Now Panerio gets a screen from Julio. Panerio against Ugadan. And Ugadan got the strap. 24-second shot clock violation. Ang itatawag kontra sa LPU. San Beda gets the ball right back. Reroma from top of the key leaves it for Andre again. Batumbakal, 3. Nagmamadali na naman ang LPU. Panerio doesn't allow the set-up to happen. He sets up himself for the 2. Zairen Panerio now has 4 points in this game. Ugadan, fake pass, leaves it for Mondigo. Now it's Ugadan, he gets it right back, and another end 1. Andre Ugadan fighting through the contact. He now leads the Red Cubs with 6 big points. This kid definitely not shy in taking those strong attempts at the basket. And he converts on the end 1. He leads all scorers with 7 points. Balik sa 1-2-2 full court press. Now Melchor finally got his hands on the ball for the first time. Julio, straight up J. Does not work. But look who's there to absorb it. It's Melchor. First 2 points for Dave Melchor in that one. Now it's actually all 17. Final attempt, 5 seconds for the Roma and the Red Cubs. Ugadan thought about it, but he was hit by a brick wall, aka Steven Creos. Masyadong malapad itong si Steven Creos as he was trying to close out. Andre Ugadan obviously felt it. He wasn't ready for the closeout to happen, but hey, that's a smart foul. You only give San Beda 2.4 seconds to work with their final attempt. Sideline inbound. Who's it gonna go to? They plan to go on Ugadan again, but Creos was obviously ready. He's gonna get his well-deserved rest. Dahil ipapasok nila itong si Simon Mercado for a final attempt. Ugadan misses on the 3. And that is gonna be the end of the first quarter. Hindi nakakalayo ang dalawang teams na ito, with the Red Cubs scoring 17 and the Junior Pirates also scoring 17. You're still watching NCAA Siglo Uno Inspiring Legacies. All tied up at 17 at the end of the first quarter between the LPU Junior Pirates and the San Beda Red Cubs. My name is Hans Galeria, and from what we've seen all throughout the season, this has been one of the best starts ng LPU Junior Pirates all throughout this season, and they're hoping to actually continue to execute as more of the substitutes check in. There's Panerio with a 3. Zairen Panerio leading all LPU scorers with 7 points. And that's a backcourt violation called against the San Beda Red Cubs. Roma was looking straight at Coach Miko Roldan. And he probably wasn't aware of the situation too. So this saves them the trip to go there. Melchor using that one, and that's money. Things are going pretty well para dito sa LPU Junior Pirates. They're looking for a way to contain this. Tober, bago pasok lang din. Viloses leaves it to Benedict. Patumbakal gets it instead and gets it through contact. Patumbakal now has 3. Mercado leaves it for Melchor. Step back, Jay. He's feeling it today. Dave Melchor with 6 points. Palitan sila nitong si Panerio with 7. 24-19, Viloses. Gusto sanang bumawi, but that mid-range jumper isn't gonna work. Panerio looks to capitalize on the effort. Julio. Melchor is at 4 straight points. He's gonna try to go for it. 5 seconds remaining. A 3 is not gonna work for Himel. Ugadan, this is his strong side. Viloses gathers the ball. 15 seconds on the shot clock ang iniiwan natin ngayon as Tober leaves it for Roma. Plans to kick it out. Patumbakal. Red Cubs, Viloses, 3. Nobody was there but Benedict Tober. Everybody was looking for a person to box out that time. But Tober got loose. Balik ang kalamangan ng LPU sa 3. Here's Julio. He had an attempt to toss it to Mercado, but Julio's gonna take it all the way and is fouled. So Gemel Julio is gonna be going to the line to shoot for 2 free throws. With this full lineup, LPU is taking control of the situation so far. But Emel Julio misses on that first attempt. Second potential try para kay Emel Julio is gonna be good as he splits that one. Emel Julio's first point in this game is right there. Now they're gonna try to go at it. Clint Conde is checking in for LPU for the first time. Now here's Ugadan. Nakabuelo ng konti. And then all of a sudden, there it goes again. A blocking foul is gonna be called against LPU. Some hands are being waved right at the paint. Pretty unusual situation there. Baseline inbound, Tober gets it. The Red Cubs swishing it around. There's a 3. Tober gets another rebound, then a strong take to the basket. Benedict Tober now at 4. Baba ang lamang sa dalawa. LPU looking to extend it. Panerio had some room, but he couldn't get it. Patumbakal's gonna toss it down. Oh, Ugadan's gonna test it. Masyadong malakas, but Lawrence is there with another rebound. Panibagong possession na naman ulit para sa San Beda. Viloses going over everybody except for Conde, but he is fouled. Parang bumibilis ang pacing ng laro natin as of the moment. courtesy of San Beda, using more of their strength in taking the ball to the basket. Meanwhile, LPU, nakikita natin, they're slowly setting up the tempo of this game. Right after they break the press, they set up the play, and they mostly convert shots from there. A make happens for MJ Vailoses. He has 3 points. At napabalita maybe just 2 days ago that he is one of the players that you're really gonna have to watch out for in this class. There's another 3. That time it was short. Duty foul is gonna be given by MJ Vailoses in that one. It's for San Beda to figure out how their defense is gonna look like. Six minutes and 20 seconds remaining in the first half. Panerio chooses to go left. Heavily defended, doesn't matter anyway. Zayden Panerio now with 9 points. This is a dream start for him. Jure San Juan bumps through. Red Cubs kicking it from beyond the arc. Vailoses takes it all the way. MJ Vailoses starting to turn up in this one. Still 1 point separating these two teams. Now here's Panerio. Lost his balance as he was trying to bump his way inside. And there is a foul that was being contested by LPU, but no foul is called. A chance for San Beda to take the lead in this one. Doliente kicks it out. Vailoses, some room. And now it's Tag-Um who has the advantage, but another foul is gonna be awarded to San Beda. This time it goes against Wagan. They're never shy in at least making those baskets happen or committing those fouls because they're obviously a bit too far from the penalty situation. Turnover para sa LPU. Doliente taking it all the way is not good. But San Beda gets another possession. Now San Juan gives it for another attempt. It doesn't work that time. LPU still holding on, clinging on to that 1 point lead. 10 seconds remaining on that shot clock. But Doliente has it. Wagan waiting on the other side. The defense of the San Beda squad starting to be felt by this team right here. Now there's a three-pointer. That is money. Galing kay Tag-Um. Tag-Um now has 7 and they get the lead right back. Tag-Um had a hand on it. Who's gonna get the basketball? They're trying to go for it. Body's on the floor. As San Juan and Tag-Um was just right there. And the possession arrow is pointing to San Beda, so it stays with the Red Cubs. But my, oh my, there was a commotion on top of the key. Looks like there's gonna be a review on the last play because Coach Miko Roldan noticed the commotion that was happening there. Maybe there was some sort of an extension, some extra credits that we haven't really seen because there were a lot of players on the floor trying to fight for that ball. And their officials are obviously talking about it, just planning to make sure. And as expected, a review is going to be given. This gives some time para sa dalawang koponan na mag-usap and to try and think things through. Because again, San Beda is still looking for some hope in making that Final Four spot. They're currently seated at a 4-3 record. Meanwhile, LPU, on the other hand, they might have lost their chance already to make it there, but they do not want to end this season winless, which is why you see a lot of fight from the Junior Pirates at this point in time. Muli, kung sakali na kayo ay malapit lamang dito sa Phil Oil Eco Oil Center at San Juan, you can definitely come over and check out all of the games we have witnessed so far. There it goes again. They tried to continue as of this moment to see what the final call is going to be like, but it seems like there will not be a review on what's going to happen. Upon review, it just resorted into a jump ball. And now they plan on continuing. San Juan mid-range. Doesn't get the friendly roll. Elayo is going to be getting that rebound. Lucas Peña also checks back into this game. Now Dag-Um gets a screen. Wala dito kay Poli. Strong take to the basket is no good. San Juan with a rebound. He leaves it for Wagan. And then all of a sudden he takes a 3 for himself and he gets it in. Joris, San Juan's first 3 points came in handy. And now they have the lead, 31-30. That's a jump ball attempt. The ball will stay with this LPU squad. But there's already 9 seconds na nabawas. A point separating these two teams. San Beda leads by 1, 31-30 kontra sa LPU. A very tight ball game with only a point separating these two teams as we speak. 31-30. San Beda, after a long while in this first half, have finally felt the taste of a lead. Meanwhile, LPU with this possession, they plan on actually getting right back. Now here's Poli. Leaves it for Dag-Um, who lines up a 3. That's good again. Clifford Dag-Um Second three-pointer in this game. He now has 10. Tober all alone. In and out and in and out it goes. Benedict Tober. He's been a really good addition to this San Beda roster, given that most of the attempts that we saw were from him, but there it goes. Lucas Peña with an unsportsmanlike foul that was already called against him. And he couldn't believe it as he lost possession entirely. He was holding not on the ball, but on one player to potentially foul them or delay the play, but they were already in pace to go all the way to the basket. And with that, it looks like at least one of the players mula dito sa koponan ng San Beda is going to be hitting those free throws. No review needed for this as well. Wagan's first attempt is a miss. Still, it's 33 all. Both are misses. Would have been really crucial in this tight of a ball game. That's going to be heavy important later on. If this goes neck and neck, especially in the fourth quarter. That is a 5-second violation called against the San Beda Red Cubs. You don't usually see that, but it's error after error from Waki Wagan. Tag-um plans to get it across by losses. His legs were right there to stop the play from potentially happening. A bit more than 2 minutes remaining. Now here's the goal, another three. Doesn't get it, but look who's there to fight for that rebound. That time it was Clint Conde. And it seems like Conde is going to be going to the line to shoot for two. It's a battle of free throws in the final 3 minutes of the first half. Given that, you know, neither of them have been in the penalty situation kanina lamang, that's an unusual take. If you're Conde, you're obviously gonna take that. LPU gets the lead right back. Conde misses on the second attempt. Separated by a point once more. San Juan, Bumuelo, he gets rejected by Poli. And now Panerio was ready for that. Now Tag-um is on the run. LPU faithfuls are looking for something here. Tag-um finds a way. Poli, strength endured. Now here's Pelayo. He tries to go his own. Panerio, some room. Kaboom! Zyren Panerio gets it in for three-point number 4 mula sa LPU. And now the lead goes up to 4. The Junior Pirates 37, the Red Cubs 33. This has been the toughest version of the LPU Junior Pirates so far in this competition. Sasalubungin nila ang Red Cubs with a half-court press. Make that a 2-3. Red Cubs swinging the ball pretty quickly. There it is, Batong Bakal, straight up J. Not gonna work that time. Ugadan fighting for it, and he gets the 2. He's had some rest, kani-kanina lamang, but Ugadan is back. He leads all of them with 9 points apiece. Turnover. Winters absorbs it. Ugadan is there again. He looks for an extra reinforcement. Bailoses, 3. Shots have not been falling from beyond the arc para sa San Beda. LPU leads by 2, only 45 seconds remaining. 37-35 is the score. Cross-court pass. May buwelo ng konti. Now here's Pelayo with another 3. LeMarcos Pelayo coming in alive para dito sa LPU. The switch from beyond the arc is working. They lead by 5, 40-35. For the San Beda Red Cubs, they've attempted most of their shots from the three-pointer. So far, based on the stat sheet, it's only Juris San Juan who's made a 3, and Francis Doliente. Only 2 3-pointers in this first half so far. 15 seconds remaining. 7 seconds separating the shot clock and the game clock. Now they try to go inside. Ugadan. In and out goes that ball. Final attempt in the first half. Panerio very much aware of it. 5 seconds remaining. Pelayo wants to go one-on-one. Three-pointer. Does not work that time. And that is gonna be the end of the first half. A strong showing mula dito sa kupunan ng Lyceum of the Philippines University as they try to inch closer patungo sa kanilang unang panalo sa siglo 1. They lead by 5, 40-35 kontra sa San Beda Red Cubs. Second half when we return. Halfway point of the second game of match day number 8. It is the LPU Junior Pirates leading by 5, 40-35 against the San Beda Red Cubs here at the NCAA Season 100 Juniors Basketball Inspiring Legacies. This is the best start so far para sa LPU Junior Pirates, considering that both of them have made at least a specific amount of attempts. Although the only problem is San Beda has had more attempts, to be specific. That's 18 yung kaibahan or yung diferensya nila pagdating dun sa kanilang field goal attempts. But then, it's LPU converting more of those chances. And even though San Beda has had more attempts, it's been an off night, especially from the three-pointer. Rebounding is very tight for both of these teams. But LPU obviously needs to take better care of the basketball. It is 13 attempts to 4 of San Beda Red Cubs. Naging malaki yung tulong ng pressure na ginagawa ng San Beda from start to finish of the first half for them to have more chances. Actually, more or a lot of those attempts have been wide open, but they couldn't really convert given the fact that most or at least almost half of the attempts na nanggagaling dito sa San Beda ay galing sa 3-point line. They've had 30 attempts from 2 points and they've had 14 attempts from 3-pointers, but only 2 were made from beyond the arc. But at the same time, pwede rin nating i-take note yung mga free throw attempts ng mga players na ito, because for LPU, you've seen them make 5 out of 8. Meanwhile, for San Beda, it's only 3 out of 7. Punta naman tayo sa ating leading scorers. It's both Zyren Panerio and Clifford Dagum, 2 players that have made it into double figures at the start of the first half, or at the start of the second half rather. Tutulungan din naman sila nitong si Dave Melchor. But at the same time, you're gonna have to look at that San Beda Red Cubs roster. Ugadan leading all Red Cubs with 9 points, and most of their attempts ay nanggaling right at the paint. So that might be something that they could potentially capitalize on with how Ugadan has been taking it so strong into the basket. Sasamahan yan nitong si Benedict Tober and MJ Vailose. So Benedict Tober is a big guy. Andre Ugadan is a big as well. And maybe Coach Miko Roldan and the rest of the Red Cubs could capitalize on taking more attempts right at the paint, because they had a lot of chances leading onto that basket. An emphatic slam by Andre Ugadan that brought them the lead early in the first quarter. But as of this moment, more shots are going to be needed. Those 3-pointers need to fall, and heading forward into this final half of this game, will LPU finally get the win that they need for momentum, or will this be San Beda making an immediate comeback and turn this around? Magbabalik tayo for the continuation of the second half. Start of the third quarter here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center, NCAA Season 100 Inspiring Legacies. We're gonna try to take a look at how much of an improvement San Beda is gonna be having here. And from what we're seeing, Reroma, scoop pass, not gonna work. There's Medroso, step back J. Would have been really helpful, but that did not get in time. A 24-second shot clock violation. A turnover is gonna be called against the San Beda Red Cubs. Babalik ang bola dito ngayon sa LPU. You see, there were multiple attempts. There were a lot of attempts right at the start, maybe 3 to be specific. But there it goes again. Ugadan, can he do it again? Not this time, but that was surely a 2. Andre Ugadan starting us off with 2-pointers. Now he's the lone Red Cub in double figures with 11. Panerio sizes up the defense. He gets a screen from Poli. And that is going to be Another turnover for LPU. This is only a single possession separating these two teams. Just like what we've mentioned, the Junior Pirates have to take better care of the basketball. Playing at least a 3-2 defense here are the Red Cubs, or should I say the Junior Pirates. As LPU's on the run once again. Panerio tries to go for it. And another almost turnover. As bodies are on the floor. But the possession arrow stays with LPU, so the Junior Pirates are gonna have to work with 14 seconds in the shot clock. You see some more intensity galing sa depensa dito ng San Beda. It's gotten a bit harder for LPU to actually line up their offense as Melchor. Step back, not gonna work. Pauly's not gonna be handling that basketball. So just like what we've seen, it's gonna be continuation again. Working on a 3-2 zone defense. And there's a continuation of play between Dagom and Ugadan. Looks like Dagom is gonna be called for a foul. He immediately goes to Ugadan, and Ugadan's all good with it, basically. Was not under the act of shooting. As we continue play. Roma leaves it for Medroso, who couldn't get the basket. Pauly gets another rebound. Dagom. They have only 8 seconds to work with. Strong take to the basket. Kick out. Oh, Panerio couldn't hold the basketball. Valiant defense from Roma, and another turnover for Lyceum of the Philippines University. Those turnovers are obviously starting to pain this team. It's been 2 minutes and 30 seconds on. We've scored all but 2 points. Another inside pass, this time Ugadan. He now has 13. And once again, both teams are separated by only 1 point. Panerio, strong take to the basket. Finally, LPU is on the board. Patumbakal plans to do the same. Iiwan. And then Doliente's gonna try. In and out. It's been a moment of struggle here for the San Beda Red Cubs from Rainbow Country. As there's another attempt, no foul is gonna be called. Nagmamadali na naman ang San Beda. Roma looks left. Doliente thought about it. He decides to take it inside. And one. Francis Doliente acknowledges that the three-pointers aren't working. So you know what? Let's take it strong to the basket. And he was rewarded with 2 points and an extra free throw. Chance to tie here for Doliente. But that ball goes in and out. Now the Kuma leaves it for Panerio. He gets a screen. Now here's Julio fighting his way through. Can he find somebody? 5 seconds remaining. Zairen was forced to take a 3 instead. Again, beautiful defense played here by San Beda. They've scored 6 this quarter. And LPU has scored 2. Patumbakal going up against Panerio. Ugadan, turn around, teardrop jumper, and San Beda's at the driver's seat. Ugadan has scored 6 in this second half alone. Dagum. And that is a foul called against Reroma. After there was a swat close up on Julio's face. San Beda, this is starting to be their momentum now. We see more defense being played by the Red Cubs. But there are also more fouls happening. I mean, they still have 2 more fouls to give, but at the same time, it's starting to creep into that free throw line where LPU has made at least 5 out of 8 attempts. Julio leaves it for Dagum. There's an attempt and a foul. 3 fouls in 1 possession. Not the most ideal scenario there for Coach Miko Roldan and the San Beda Red Cubs. So now Dagum is gonna be tested at the line para maibalik sa LPU ang kalamangan. But he's not gonna be able to do just that. Only a chance to tie. Dagum's second try gets us all tied up at 43 apiece. Now Patumbakal with some room. He doesn't get it. And Ugadan was asking for Coach Miko Roldan to go with a review because he felt like he didn't touch it. There was some sort of scenario because both of them were tapping it all the way to the outside. Kaya naman ang ating mga opisyales, they're gonna look at the play. The score is at all 43 between the Junior Pirates and also the Red Cubs, just taking control of business. It's been a tightly contested ball game. Kaya naman hindi natin maitatanggi that this is gonna be close. But it depends on who gets momentum. LPU looking for their very first win to end their season. On the other hand, you have the San Beda Red Cubs hopeful to get another win in the basket to strengthen their chances of being part of the Final Four. And with that review, San Beda is successful. They maintain possession right here. Now they have a fresh 14 awarded to them. All tied up at 43 we are. Roma leaves it for Ugadan. Cross-court pass. Doliente challenges the defense, but he gets another rebound, another attempt. Roma now Patumbakal for 3. Doesn't get it in, but Ugadan never giving up on the play. Another attempt. This could be shot number 4. Roma, Medroso waiting on the other. Randall Medroso, right place at the right time. San Beda has the lead now. Oh, wait up. Looks like it's a double foul. Called against Julio and Ugadan. They were entangled upon the development of that play. Kaya naman si Gemelo Julio at si Andre Ugadan ang matatawagan. First foul for Gemelo Julio, second para kay Andre Ugadan. LPU's going with that side line inbound with Panerio. Going for it right away. Abrantes is going to be testing that defense. But that defense is too strong. Turnover para sa LPU. Roma, strong take. He's rejected by Pauly. Not allowing easy access on the paint. Penalty na itong kupunan ng San Beda. Meanwhile, LPU still has fouls to give. Medroso contesting and fighting. But looks like that's an offensive foul. Would have been a conversion, but there was an elbow together with that turn. Good defense from LPU. Maganda sana yung posisyon nitong si Randel Medroso, but there were some extra unnecessary movements that was seen by not one, but two of our officials on the floor. Roma checking out Waki Wagan. He got some deserved rest in this one. Man-to-man defense being applied here. Julio picking up the basketball, leaves it for Pelayo. Kontra dito kay Vailoses. High-low play. Julio doesn't get it. But a foul is going to be called here. Kontra kay Jos Pauly. That's a loose ball foul. Second personal foul on Jos Pauly. So they're going to be putting in Steven Creos. As Pauly's going to be needed much more later on. Wagan speeds up the tempo para kay Benedict Tober. Well, that was pretty quick. Yun yung mga tinatawag natin na knockout play, not allowing the defense to set up here para sa LPU Junior Pirates. As Tober, he didn't even have time to hold the ball. He just went with a layup and attempted an alley-oop play as Tober misses on the first. They were 3 for 7 in the first half. But Tober converts on another. Balik ang kalamangan ng SBU sa pinakamalaki with 3 points. It's very rare that you ever say that. That's how close of a ball game it was. Julio hounded by the defense, and there is a foul. This time, I believe called against Andre Ugadan. Oh no. It's awarded to another player that's not Andre Ugadan. So because San Beda is already at the penalty situation, LPU will have a chance to shoot at the line for the next 3 minutes and 15 seconds, but Julio misses on his first attempt. Friendly roll on the second. Julio has 2 points. Both have been manufactured from the free throw line. Vailoses, 3. That's good. MJ Vailoses, that's his first 3 made in this game. Angat sa pinakamalaking kalamangan ng San Beda with 5 points. Now Pelayo goes for it. Julio mid-range. Too short. Creus absorbs it. Bailout shot is not gonna work. Now San Beda picking up the pace of this game. Tober that's a foul na itatawag kay Julio. There was an arm. Someone reaching for him on the other side. San Beda starting to pull away yet again. So now Dober is gonna make another visit at the line to shoot for two. Dober misses on the first. It's been that kind of morning for Benedict Dober and the entirety of the San Beda Red Cubs. Dober's second attempt is a miss, but Matumbakal gets it right back. Dober wants to keep the possession, and he's now gonna have another chance to go to the line. Because it's not only San Beda at penalty, it's even LPU. Dolientes checking back in para kay Batumbakal. They're planning to add more size and some snipers here. Benedict Dober is going at the line. But he misses another free throw. That's 3 straight misses from Benedict Dober at the free throw line, which is very much unfortunate. And another one. Lead stays at 5. Peña is looking for some reinforcements. He picked up his dribble. Pelayo gets a screen from Creos. And that right there is a backcourt violation. He was caught stepping at the half-court line. And slowly but surely, LPU is feeling the pressure. Those unforced turnovers have been costly for them, as they have only scored 4 points in this quarter. San Beda already has 14. They're gonna have to play valiant defense on this other side by Losses. Creos absorbs it, and now there's a foul called against Wagan. So obviously this is starting to become a long quarter because it's a battle of free throws ng dalawang kupunan. Pangatlong foul na rin yan nitong si Waki Wagan. So he's probably facing foul trouble as we speak. Steven Creos at the line to shoot for 2, and he's facing. Even he's not safe from the free throw drought. Second attempt is also a miss. Lead stays at 5, 49-44. Now here's Doliente. Couldn't get it in. There's some more saves. This time it's Dagum. Strong take again. In and out. And in it goes. What a good take. All to the way to the basket para kay Dagum. Now here's Doliente. Chooses the right, strong side. San Juan thought about it. Wagan has 7 seconds remaining. Wagan, step back J. Off. But look at Benedict Dober fighting for that basketball, and guess where he's gonna come back to? It's at the free throw line. Although this is obviously a good sign for Benedict Dober, he's missed his last 4 attempts. So obviously, his teammates are asking him to take his time. Tober finally breaks the cold streak. Now has 8 points in this game so far. Tober makes both. And you see the satisfaction on his face and his body language pagkatapos niyang makuha yun parehas. Lead goes up to 5 again. Dagum leaves it for Panerio. Just less than a minute to go in the third. Dagum from way out. No good. Tober with another rebound. Roma gets a screen. He's looking for someone else. San Juan. Now it's Bailoses. 10 seconds remaining. Tober with another screen. Tries to go for another attempt, but it doesn't work. So now they continue. Panerio. In and out. LPU keeps the basketball. 6-second difference between the shot clock and the game clock. Not anymore. Bailoses. Now it's Abrantes. This is gonna be huge. No good. And one. Abrantes. Some life. LPU players are down. Both teams are giving it their all. Now Abrantes has a chance to close this one out by 2 points. Jericho Abrantes has only scored 2 points in the first half. He's one of those players that you would expect that would really come up strong here para sa LPU. Abrantes misses on the end one. 5 seconds remaining. Bailoses wants to go for it. Continue the attack. Doesn't get it in time. And that is how we're gonna be ending the third quarter of action. 3 puntos ang pagitan ng dalawang kupunan na ito. But San Beda's defense provided them the lead. Dahil sila ang may hawak ng 3 puntos na kalamangan. 51-48 kontra sa LPU Junior Pirates. Some final reminders from both of the coaching staff regarding this very close of a ball game here for both of the teams. LPU looking for their very first win in Season 100. Meanwhile, San Beda looking to strengthen their chances of making it to the Final Four by losses 3. Starting it off pero hindi papasok. Now they try to continue. Engio was wide open, but they didn't notice. Oh, the Gum retrieves it. He didn't know if it was for Engio or para dito kay Panerio. But the ball is going to be going to the other side. 9 minutes and 29 seconds remaining in this final quarter. San Juan with the intervention. There's a three from Doliente, and that's good. Francis Doliente. Another three to line it up. That is three-pointer number 2. He has a total of 8 points. Abrantes going up against him. He finds some space, but it went off his lap. Kaya babalik ang bola dito sa San Beda. That three is starting to be a problem here for LPU. Dahil kanina silang may hawak ng kalamangan. Reroma kicks it out. MJ, San Juan, quick step. He leaves it. And an end one for Medroso. Quick passing, off-ball movement. And now San Beda is at their biggest lead so far in this game at 8 points. That's where the advantage of actually giving those extra passes come into play. Medroso misses on an attempt, but it means that they will have another one. San Juan leaves it again for Medroso. This time Engio was ready. Abrantes kicks it out. LPU picking up the pace. Oh, but there it goes, another steal. Doliente, quick run to the basket. And with that being said, first double-digit lead of this game is held by the San Beda Red Cubs. 58-48, LPU is phased. They call a timeout. From the start of the half, the second half, it was LPU leading by 5, 40-35. And then all of a sudden now, it's 58-48. It's a 23-8 run that was showcased by this team right here. Nag-um forcing the issue. Forced shot is not gonna work. Now San Juan picking up the tempo. Reroma thought about it. He leaves it for San Juan again. You love to see the idea. If it's not working outside, dalhin natin sa loob. They lead by 12. Starting to pull away are the Red Cubs. Abrantes kicks it out again. Now here's Panerio with a three. Shots are starting to not fall para sa Junior Pirates. Meanwhile, Doliente is fouled. I believe it's gonna go on Jos Boli. But my, oh my. What an onslaught this has turned out to be in the fourth quarter. Roma's gonna have it. Miscommunication between Medroso and Doliente. So it's going to be going back to the side of LPU. They trail by 12. Dagum thought about it. Leaves it for Conde. Dagum is double teamed. Only 8 seconds remaining. And there goes Panerio, finally stopping the bleeding. 60-50 is the score. Strong take to the basket is not gonna work. As there were a lot of squeezes. Very close, risky passes na ginagawa ng San Beda dun sa baba. Right at the paint, but it's been working for them due to that how fast the off-ball movement has been going for them. There it goes again, Medroso, mid-range. Could not work that time. LPU plans to cut it down to single digits. Panerio's asking for Clifford. These are the two men looking for some extra action. He loses control of the basketball. Here goes Medroso, evading the defense. Randel Medroso now has 8 points in this game. LPU trails by 12. And now Panerio has some room to operate, but he does not get it. Conde fights for it, and he gets the 2 points as well. Conde, that's his 3rd point in this matchup so far. Almost at the halfway point of this game we are. Ugadan loses possession. Now here's Abrantes, strong take to the basket is not gonna work. But the Junior Pirates get an extra possession. They go with the double. Conde, 3, too strong. Pauly spikes it to the other side. Here's Dagom with another try. They were losing a hold of the basketball. But the final frame of possession, according to our officials, it was last touched by Clint Conde. But they're asking for a review. This is going to be an important possession given that LPU still needs 10 more points for them to be able to make a comeback in this game. Because again, SBU, we started things off with 35 points for San Beda, and now they're in a really good shape to be able to finish this game off at least a comfortable cushion para matapos nila ang laban with a win. Meanwhile, for LPU, they had the lead in the first half but seemed to have struggled in keeping it for themselves. Just in case you guys have missed it, we're still going to be having 3 more games right after this. And the next game is going to be between the Arellano Braves going up against the Letran Squires. So stick with us here because this is obviously going to be a photo finish between both of these teams. They may have been separated by 10 points. But San Beda's obviously not going to be complacent. And LPU's not going to give up as well. And that's a foul called against Clifford Dagum. Not letting Lawrence Batumbakal to set himself up that time. Less than 5 minutes to go. in this game. And now here's Medroso. Gets rejected by Paulie. Good stop from the Junior Pirates. And that right there is a foul called against Randel Medroso. Blocking foul lang itatawag sa kanya. So with that being said, that's already the 4th foul of Medroso in this game. Kaya babalik itong si Benedict Tober, who's also one of the hustle players of this squad. The Gom only has 5 seconds to work with. He's gonna do ISO kontra kay Ugadan. And that's a foul na itatawag kontra kay Andre Ugadan. San Beda obviously couldn't believe it. Coach Miko Roldan obviously frustrated with what the call is like. And with Dag-Um, he's going to be attempting to shoot for 2 free throws. So Dag-Um misses on the first throw. They're going to be doing the stoppage of play. And obviously there are a lot of frustrations that is being given by the San Beda coaching staff. And from the looks of it, they were talking about whether or not it was supposed to be a free throw attempt or an inbound play. And it turns out it's an inbound play. Whether or not, no time was lost. We continue basketball. Dag-Um, only 5 seconds remaining. Now here's Panerio. Short on the jumper. Ugatan with another rebound. Nagmamadali na naman siya. Taking it to center, Batumbakal. Now that's a foul. Called against LPU. It's been practically harder for the Junior Pirates to get some attempts up dahil sa depensang pinapakita ng San Beda, especially in the second half. Now here's Doliente. Tober gets it to Francis. Batumbakal. Doliente, some room. Kaboom! Doliente. And now San Beda is finally online with their 3-point attempts. 65-52 is the score. And that right there is a backcourt violation called against Clifford Dag-Um. And they couldn't really believe it, because from their point of view, it was tapped by one of the San Beda players. All of the momentum is with the Red Cup so far. 3 minutes and 10 seconds remaining. Ugadan turns around, up and under is money. Andre Ugadan. And San Beda with their biggest lead at 15. Conde finds Abrantes wide open. He doesn't get it again. LPU slowly losing grasp of this game. Meanwhile, San Beda with Tober missing on that one. Point blank range. Panero is gonna try to slow it down. Now he's gonna have Abrantes, strong take to the basket, everything but the shot. Now Wagan notices the advantage, he leaves it for Ugadan. He's He's gonna get it again. And now they're gonna slow it down. 8 seconds remaining, final 2 minutes of the game. October wanted to have it, but obviously the players weren't ready. So with that being said, Villanueva, Feliciano, and even Agbayani is going to be checking in. Coach Miko Roldan probably trusts the fact that this is already a done game. And a technical foul is going to be given to LPU. I guess for excessive calls, the frustrations are obviously felt by the junior Pirates in this game. The first half went so well for them, but this was a totally different story. So now it's going to be Benedict Agbayani who has that ball go in and out. Would have been a chance for him to be on the board in this game. But he's not going to get it anyway. LPU, 1:40 to try and catch up to this. Dagom forcing the issue. Everything. But the shot is simply not falling anymore. Now Ogada notices the time. He's going to be slowing it down. Feliciano. Here goes a shot. Does not work, but Ugadan gives another possession to San Beda. Oh, that's gotta be painful if you're LPU. Ugadan has been the consistent factor in this game so far. He has scored a total of 9 points in that first half. Make that 8 in the second for a total of 17 points as he gets his well-deserved rest. And another foul is called against LPU. The possession hasn't even started yet, so you know what that means. It could probably mean free throws awarded para kay Lawrence Batumbakal, who is now at the line to shoot for 2. That final play, that final possession was being reviewed so far in this game. Was quite an unfortunate issue now, unfortunate incident para dito sa LPU because they had the lead. But San Beda, there's a reason why they had some wins in their arsenal. And they obviously know how to bounce back. Instead, it's going to be Enrico Feliciano who's going to get his first point in this game. Feliciano misses on the second attempt. So now LPU is trying to rack up quick. There's a shot from Conde. More substitutions are going to happen. Our Marlon Winters is going to be checking in for Lawrence Batumbakal. So the reserves are finally in para sa kanila. Then all of a sudden another turnover. Dagom straight up J. It's off and it goes outside. 68-54. With at least 56 seconds remaining in this game. All San Beda needs to do tries to finally rank up conversation here. Garcia doesn't get it inside. Agbayani tries to fight for it. Now here's Panerio challenging the defense. Zaiden Panerio cuts it down to 12. LPU's not giving up just yet. But there's an attempt. Poli denies it. They try to push through. Panerio doing everything he can, everything but the basket. Shot clock is now off. Garcia wants it. Winters taking a look at the situation, and it looks like they're going to be dribbling this one out with 10 seconds remaining. San Beda University gets another win for this season and strengthens their chances of making it into the Final Four of NCAA Season 100 Juniors Basketball. San Beda Red Cups have climbed back in the second half of action, showing it how it's done. The final score, Red Cubs 68, the Junior Pirates 56. was San Beda getting the victory kontra sa kanilang kalaban na Lyceum of the Philippines University. The best player of the game is here with me today, Francis Doliente. 13 points, 4 rebounds, 4 assists, and 5 steals. Francis, talk to us about the first half or kung ano yung pinag-usapan nyo during that half sa dugout. Kasi tila nag-iba yung laro nyo pagdating ng second half.
Yun nga. First half, ang alat namin, kaya di kami makashoot, di kami tumatama. Kaya nung second half, kinausap kami ni coach na kailangan dumipinsa muna, tas susunod yung offense namin.
You know, madalas kong nakikita kasi from the intensity na meron kayo, hindi pa sigurado yung Final Four hopes ninyo, right? So, how important is this win para sa'yo personally to make your chances of Final Four happening?
Sobrang importante po kasi sa akin, kasi ako, kasi senior na kasi ako, tas gusto ko nang bumawi this season kasi last season hindi kami napasok sa Final Four, kaya sobrang importante kayo sa amin dito.
You know, final question, you're going up against Arellano in your last game. Anong dapat i-expect ng Bedan community habang papunta tayo dun sa last game of the regular season?
Expect na lang nila na talagang babawi kami this season. Yun lang, i-expect lang na gawin namin yung lahat ng best namin.
You know, Francis, this is your time. This is your floor. Bibigay ko na sa'yo para pasalamatan lahat ng sumusuporta sa'yo.
First of all, maraming salamat kay Lord na binigay kami ng panalo ngayon. And sa coaches na ginaguide kami, tas mga teammates ko, tas mga San Beda community, tas mga alumni namin na sumusuporta sa San Beda. And mga pamilya ko po, sumusuporta din.
There we finally have it. Best player of the game, Francis Doliente. Magbabalik pa tayo for the continuation of NCAA Philippines Season 100. NCAA Season 100 Inspiring Legacies live here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center at San Juan. Matchup underway between the Arellano Braves and the Letran Squires to lead us here at the third game of match day number 8. Kasalukuyan nating nakikita ang dalawang teams na ito looking for very valuable wins en route to becoming part of that Final Four dito sa ating matchup ngayon. With Arellano Braves on your screens as of the moment with a 3-4 record. They're gonna have to at least figure out a way to get 2 wins para mas tumaas ang kanilang chance to be part of that Final Four bout. But at the same time, hindi rin naman magpapahuli ang kanilang nagiging kalaban on the other side, because you have here the Letran Squires, the obvious defending champions of what has been a tremendous performance mula sa kanilang mga members. So this is something that you're really gonna have to take note of, with all of them finally gathering their step, win streak after win streak. You saw them with a victory doon sa kanilang nakalaban kamakailan lamang, and now you see a bit more in terms of the composure with them being able to win a lot of games. At yan ang kailangan alalahanin ng Arellano Braves, because last time when they went up against San Beda, it didn't go the way that they wanted it to, with a 68-105 loss na na-encounter ng Arellano Braves, which is something that they're really gonna have to address moving forward into this game, specifically because of the fact that this is a must-win game for them to strengthen their chances of being able to make it into that Final Four spot. And with that being said, mag-uumpisa na tayo sa loob lamang ng iilang minuto, kaya huwag kayong aalis. This is the start of the first quarter of action. Tossing it over to our game announcer.
Inspiring Legacies. Let's first meet the starting 5 of your Arellano Braves. At guard number 14, San Beda. At forward number 18, Elijah Yusi. The other guard number 22, Chris Lee. At center number 27, Axel Mendoza. And the other forward number 78, Edgar Baluyon. Their head coach is June Cuevas. Here now is the starting lineup of your Letran Squires. At guard number 1, Daniel Piana. The other guard number 4, Alvin Villanueva. At forward number 6, Daniel Padilla. The other forward number 10, Daniel Delarama. And at center number 14, Justin Hugo. Their head coach is the thriller, Willie Miller. Officiating is Bolivar, crew chief, FIBA International referee, Ralph Loren Moreno. Umpire 1, FIBA International referee, Jonathan Garcia. And umpire 2, Alfonso Pinagano III. Athletic official, Rodet Laprea. And our commissioner, Mr. Joel Moore.
Finally going underway into this game. This is a matchup between Arellano and Letran. A chance for that Final Four spot para sa Arellano. Meanwhile, this is even gonna widen the opportunities for the defending champions to make it back into that certain scenario that they have been. My name is Hans Galleria. You are witnessing the third game of this respective match day number 8 that we have right now. An attempt is gonna be made by both of the teams, pero uumpisahan yan ng dalawang mintes. Nagmamadali si Villanueva, ay finds some room, pero sinalubong naman siya nitong si UC. But both of the teams are actually getting a little too excited in this game so far. Breakout performance last time around mula kay Daniel Padilla, who's actually holding the ball right now, almost picking up where he left off. knows he's gonna be getting it. Tossing it to the other side. Ladika, 3. Doesn't even grace the rim, but that's extra 15 seconds to work with. Mendoza, it hits the floor. 7 seconds. D, some room, and 1. Chris D. Lands on the first 2 points para sa parehas na teams in this game. First attempt at the free throw line. He converts on the end 1. First set of points. Makikita natin ngayon. Villanueva thought about it. Iiwan kay Juniel de la Rama, who's been a very reliable source of offense para sa kanilang kupunan. Here's Ladika, loses the basketball. De la Rama quickly gets it to his guard. Now here's Villanueva. Some room, and he gets it in. Alvin Villanueva has been, trying that kani-kanina lamang. Quick 4 points for the Letran Squires as they now have the lead. Here's Chris D sizing up his defender. Does not work that time, but he gets another attempt at it. Mendoza, another and 1. Coach Jun Cuevas obviously pulling out instructions as of the moment, as it was quite an error galing dito kay Chris D, but it was a good sign that he was able to give it to Axel Mendoza, who also converts on the end 1 attempt. Balik ang kalamangan dito sa Arellano. De la Rama, another high-flying attempt. Strong take to the basket. Is not gonna work that time. Si Axel Mendoza matatawagan ng foul sa pagkakataon na yon, as Juniel de la Rama shoots for 2. You see a bit more of the situation here as Mendoza, sinasabihan siya ng ating mga officials to head back to the bench. He's telling everyone that he's okay, but unfortunately, there's some blood around his face, so he's gonna have to get that fixed first. As Jax Distrito is gonna be checking in. De la Rama gets his 3rd point so far in this game. Makes them both. With that, we are all tied at 6 points apiece. Baluyot brings it down. Strong take to the basket. Denver Baluyot, first 2 points in this game so far. Arellano results with another press. Quejada, straightaway 3. Not gonna work. Hugo finds Villanueva, who doesn't get it, but De La Rama's there once again. Juniel De La Rama, 6 points already, just in the first half alone. D overcooks his dribble. Turnover for the Braves. It's been a very tight contest here at all 8. Almost a turnover para kay De La Rama. Instead, it's gonna be a foul called against them. Quejada with an inbound. it over to Villanueva. Now it's Justin Hugo who's going up against Baluyot. Hugo wants to test out the defense. That shot will not count, but that is an extra foul. That's gonna be awarded. Fresh 14 on the shot clock. It's been a heavily defensive game with both of the teams trying to set their footing as Villanueva finding some space. Meanwhile, on the other side, it's John Ray Ladica not allowing them to set up their defense, which is why Ladica is going to be going at the line to shoot for two. Ladica is going to be tested at the line as he converts on the first. Yan ang unang putos nitong si John Ray Ladica. Again, Arellano is missing the services of Sean Franco, who is currently injured and has arrived here with at least some support. But he will not be able to play and he is not suited up for today. There goes De La Rama again. Hugo couldn't convert on the attempt but is called for a foul. Coach June Cuevas instructing his big guys to box out, because these are very athletic, agile opponents who loves jumping. Hugo tested at the line. Unfortunately, it goes off to the right. Hugo splits it. Justin Hugo, one of the vets of this team, has brought them the lead right back. Distrito loses it. Justin Hugo takes it all the way to the basket. 3 straight points for Hugo. Baluyot plans to do the same. He does not convert, but he's gonna go back, or he's gonna go to the line to shoot for 2. Denver Baluyot gotten a starting nod mula dito kay Coach June Cuevas. Substitutions are going to be happening para sa Letran with Arwin Alforque and Ray Danan together with Cyrex Celorio and Daryl Valdeavilla. This is almost a platoon substitution here, as Denver Baluyot misses on the first attempt. He splits it anyway. That's Denver Baluyot's 3rd point in this game. 13-11 is the score. Valdeavilla gets it to Alforque. Short on the 3. Baluyot with another rebound. He looks to go all the way for the basket. Iniwan niya sana para kay Ladica, pero hindi na papasok yon. Alforque looks to do the same. Same result, but Danan was there. Everybody was happy when Danan scored. He gets his first 2 points in this game. I'm curious to know what that's about. UC3 doesn't get it that time. Christie with another offensive rebound. That next attempt did not happen. Now Silorio leaves it for Alforque, who gets a hold of the basketball. Points are starting to come through. Para dito sa Letran, they lead by 6, 17-11. The Braves are looking for an extra attempt. Baluya couldn't give it to them. Alforque, quite an error there. D goes all the way with a reverse. Christie now has 5 points in this game. Final 4 minutes of the first quarter. Both teams pretty fast-paced ang kanilang ipinapakita ngayon. Here comes Alforque again, leaving it for Danan. Everybody at the bench was really rooting for him during those attempts. Axel Mendoza is going to be checking in together with Sean Madridejos. Ray Danan back at the line to shoot for 2. Misses on the first. He's gonna try to go for that extra attempt, and he makes it. Ray Danan with 3 points already in this game. Tagorda also checks in. He gets the basketball after it was almost stolen. Mendoza fights through. And Letran is going to be called for a foul. With that being said, Axel Mendoza, it's good to know that, you know, a part of his face is feeling okay now. But he has some extra accessories on that one. Shaking off some of the contact that happened a few seconds ago. But he misses both. Final 3 minutes and 20 seconds of action here. Valdeavilla has it. Mid-range shot does not work. But another offensive rebound. Para dito sa Letran. Cruz will try. That's good. Dim Cruz for 3. And now he's telling everybody to focus on defense. Manansala will try. That is good as well. Palitan ng puntos ang dalawang kupunan na ito, but it's still Letran with the lead. Alforque tosses it to Cyrex. Para sa 3. Off to the left it goes. Tagorda with the rebound. Nagmamadali na naman ang Braves. And that is Tagorda with his first 2 points. 21-17, a pretty high-scoring ball game we have right here. Tim Cruz gets a screen from Silorio. Silorio with a floater. That is money. He loves that shot, to be honest. So the lead goes back up. But then a foul is going to be called. Kontra dito sa Letran, kaya naman babalik itong si Axel Mendoza sa free throw line to shoot for 2. Distrito's also going to go back to the bench as Denver Baluyo checks back in. Mendoza makes the first. He now has a total of 4 points in this game so far. Second attempt is also good. Make that 5 points para kay Axel Mendoza. Lead cut down to 4, 23-19. Now here's Danan again. They're very happy with what he's showing right now. 5 points para kay Ray Danan. Tagorta has some room. He chooses to take it inside. Won't go. Now here's Cruz. Thought about giving it to Silorio. Some room. Mendoza now will take it all the way to Manansala. Everything but the basket. But Danan is going to be called for a foul. Substitutions for Coach Willie Miller as Padilla checks back in. And Quiñones is going to be here for the first time. Isama mo na itong si Jello Lumage, who's going to be replacing Ray Danan so far in this matchup. Manansala makes the first. Aaron Manansala so far has 3 points in this game. Make that 4. A total of 9 points were acquired by the Arellano Braves from the free throw line. And look at the defense being showcased by Madridejos. But he couldn't get a hold of it. Padilla doesn't get it. Madridejos is now on the run. Now here's Baluyot. Crossing them over, turning around, spin move. Couldn't finish, but he was fouled. Now they're gonna have to try and go for another attempt at the basket here. As Denver Baluyot shoots for 2. Just couldn't convert on the first one. Exactly a minute remaining in this first quarter. Shots have been falling for both of the teams so far. And Baluyot misses on both. That would have cut it down to a single possession. Padilla asking for a screen. He gets it from Silorio. 10 seconds remaining. Lumage challenges Mendoza's defense. Tries to take it in and was fouled. So Lumage is going to be going to the line to shoot for 2. And for Axel Mendoza, that is already his second foul in this game. Lumage makes the first one. Unang puntos yan para kay Jello Lumage sa labang ito. Lumage misses on the second. 26-21 is the score. Cross-court pass patungo kay Manansala. A mid-range shot is good. Oh, look at how high he goes whenever he takes that shot. But Lumage was right there. He outclasses his opponent in the paint. There's a double. Here goes Mendoza. Now with that being said, they only have 3 seconds remaining. Are they aware of the time? Valdeavilla for 3. No good. And that is going to be the end of what has been a pretty entertaining first quarter of action with Letran holding on to a 3-point lead. 28 for the Squires, 25 for the Braves. Back in action we go here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center at San Juan for your NCAA Season 100 Juniors Basketball Inspiring Legacies. My name is Hans Galeria, and this is still Arellano Braves kontra sa Letran Squires. There he goes again. Manansala is feeling himself. You know, those are shots that are that have been very difficult to pull off. But not if you're Manansala. He goes so high in terms of the jump that it's so easy for him to pull off that shot. He now has 8 points in this game. Now here he goes again. Cross court to Baluyot. Baluyot loses the basketball. Quiñones has it now. 4-on-3. The Squires have the numbers. Lumake bulldozes his way inside. Lumage has 5 points. And an offensive foul is going to be called against Giral. Looks like it. It depends. Oh, wait. Apparently, that's not going to be the case. Matatawagan instead itong si Jello Lumage, as Giral was pleading his case. The other officials corrected him. Score is at 30-27. Now here's Manansala, cross-court pass. Padilla was aware of it. Now here's Vergara for the 3. Doesn't get it. Manansala, high arcing. Silorio, touchdown to Padilla. And he gets the 2 points. That's Daniel Padilla's first 2 points in this game so far. Vergara waits. Shows it for Tagorda. Outstretched arm definitely didn't work there. The Squires lead by 5. Padilla sizing up the defense too. Turnaround jumper. It caught nothing but net, but in a bad way. Possession goes back to Arellano as they try to decrease it to a single possession of the ball game. Manansala steps back out together with Tagordas. Christie. Oh, that was a bad pass. Or I guess just Valdeavilla was very much aware of it. And here goes Baluyot. Overcooks that. Silorio, another touchdown pass to Valdeavilla. Silorio has been doing a lot of that so far in the second quarter. Now here's Vergara, another attempt. Does not work that time. Christie has some room. Sean Vergara was right there. But a foul is called. And someone is down. I think that's Quiñones. As there was Oh no, that wasn't Quiñones. That's Valdeavilla, I believe. Oh no, it's not even Valdeavilla. You know what? I'm not gonna say names anymore. He's struggling to get back up. He's feeling the pain as of the moment. Oh, this is Daniel Quejada. The starting guard of this Letran Squires squad. He's struggling to get back up. It's a good sign that he can move his right leg and walk. But it's gonna take some time for him to be able to get back in this game. But look at that, another overcooked attempt. Giral loses the basketball. Lomague's defense proving to be worthy in this one so far. And that is an offensive foul kontra dito kay Chelo Lomage. They saw Sean Vergara fly as he was caught off balance. So Lomage is going to be checking out Joniel De La Rama at Justin Hugo. Babalik dito sa laban na to. At least 2 minutes and 30 seconds have already passed by. Christie going up against Villanueva. Now here's Giral testing out Joniel De La Rama. Turns around, lands the fake. That's a foul. And he's going to go back to the line. And the Braves bench are obviously liking what Giral is showcasing right now. So John Giral will be tested at the line as he makes his first attempt. Giral being the 7th player to add to the scoring output of this squad, short on the next one. Now here's Villanueva. He wanted to leave it to De La Rama, but he didn't have the perfect angle to toss the pass to. 3 minutes have been passing by in this game so far. Yusi faces the double team and the ball was stolen. Padilla attempts and Yusi was right there to redeem himself. (34-28) is the score. Hugo finds some room, fakes it, shoots it, and the friendly bounce makes it. Justin Hugo now at 5 points in this game. Vergara with the fake over the outstretched arms of Joniel De La Rama. It will obviously not work that time, as Vergara couldn't get it to go. The Letran Squires are already in penalty situation, but it seems like for the side of the Arellano Braves, they haven't committed a single foul just yet. This is, I believe, the biggest lead of Letran so far in this game at 8 points, 36-28. We still have a lot of games to be played with the matchups that we have so far. As we are live once again here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center at San Juan. And you can also watch us at the official YouTube and Facebook accounts of the NCAA Philippines. So upon review, there was a call once more. A foul is going to be awarded against Arellano, with one of our officials, of course, telling the entire bench of the Braves what was going on. And he's still explaining his case. As the ball game tends to continue, that's the first team foul that was committed by this Arellano team. Meanwhile, 6 minutes in, Letran is already at penalty. Ladika. That might have been unintentional, but I'll consider it as an alley-oop play. Now Tim Cruz, another turnover for the Squires. But a turnover was returned right back. Nitong Arellano would have been another 2 points. 36-30. There's been a lot of stops made so far by both of them. Here's De La Rama, contested, and was fouled. De La Rama is going to be shooting for 2. Elijah Yusi is actually pleading his case so far in the matchup. That's already 2 personal fouls called against Elijah Yusi. And Joniel De La Rama is going to be going back to the line to shoot for 2. So far, De La Rama has not missed at the free throw line. He's 3 for 3 so far. I probably jinxed it. De La Rama leads all Letran scorers with 7 points. But he's gonna have another attempt at it. And he's not gonna miss twice. 8 points to lead all scorers so far in the competition. UC, strong take to the basket. Elijah UC's first 2 points in this game so far. Nagmamadaling na naman ang mga gwardya ng Letran. They're looking for some points here. Hugo's gonna be testing UC's defense. Hugo rises up for the 2. Hugo has 7 points. The secondary leading scorer of this game. Here comes UC once more. And another foul is going to be awarded to Arellano University as they'll be shooting 2 free throws. This is going to be a pretty slow quarter just because of the fact that Arellano is already taking some benefits from the free throws na ibinibigay sa kanila ng Letran. Elijah UC, that's his 3rd point in this game. Make that 4 as the Braves are on the quest getting right back. De La Rama and Tim Cruz are going to be checking out. Hugo fights through the defense. It's not going to work that time. Christie gets it to Pilias. Pilias had some doubts and thoughts on what he's going to do with the basketball. Turnover mula sa Arellano. So with that being said, a lot more is obviously going to happen here. Continuation of play. More stops and a lot of turnovers as well happening as both teams have been playing well on defense in the second quarter. Kumbaga, puro inbound din kasi ang madalas nating makita. Here's Cargo turning on the Jets. He was smothered. Alforque, open mid-range. That's short, he gets it right back. Uzi fighting for it. Cargo gets it for the Squires. Padilla soaring high. Everybody's jumping for that basketball. Now here's Padilla, straight up three. No good. Spike, Ladiga. He's planning to take it all the way to the basket for two. Jean-Ray Ladiga now has 6. Alforque is gonna leave it, but he gets it right back. What is happening in this game? Everybody playing pretty fast-paced basketball. They had to put a stop to it to reset. Cargo. Just 12 seconds remaining in the shot clock. Alforque asking them to slow down. He's looking for an extra option. That was Christie. And nobody home for Christie. Point number 6 and 7 para sa kanya ngayon. Alforque leaves it for Hugo. Good fake. And the shot was a make. 9 points para kay Justin Hugo to lead all scorers of Letran sa labang ito. Quick pacing of the ball game. There it goes again. Christie and 1. Now Christie leads all scorers of Arellano with 9 points. It's been that tight of a ball game for these two players. Both Christie and Justin Hugo, as Hugo gets his well-deserved rest. Papasok itong si Quintrell Magcale at si Cyrex Elorio. Christie will be put to the test as of the moment. Short on the throw. Christie has 9 for Arellano. Meanwhile, Justin Hugo has 9, but there it goes. A turnover. Para sa kupunan ng Letran, as both coaches will need some talking to for their players. 4 na puntos lang ang pagitan with Letran 44, Arellano at 40. Four points separated, or separating these two teams, as both of them have practically the same play style in mind. Run and gun. Letran probably having more attempts, but Arellano having more fast break points. There's still at least 3 minutes and 14 seconds remaining in this first half of action before we proceed to the second half. 5 on the floor. That's D, Manansala, Maluyot, Ladica, and UC. And for Letran, you have Cargo, Mancale, Alforque, Silorio, and Pico. But there's Ladica, straight up 3. It's nothing but the board. Now Cargo, speeding up the pace, uses his own move. There's an attempt from Clint Pico. And he's gonna be going to the line to shoot for 2. Elijah Uzi goes back to the bench. Jax Distrito is gonna be checking back in. Clint Pico is gonna be tested at the line. Posibleng maging unang 2 puntos niya ito as he makes the first. Second attempt also works for Clint Pico. That's the first 2 points ni Clint Pico sa lamang ito. Baluyot keeping it out. Now it's Distrito using a flurry of moves. Now it's Chris D, patient basketball. It's not gonna work. But there are fouls. After a lot of Letran squires were swatting from different angles. And with that being said, John Ray Ladica is going back to the line to shoot for 2. Ladica currently has 6 in this game. Missing on the first. Second attempt goes in and out. Lead stays at 6, 46-40. Baluyot left behind. Silorio was there, but a traveling violation is going to be called against Cyrex Silorio. Ladica goes back to the bench. Here's Luis Austria joining the ranks, being part of that 5 on the floor, as Letran still maintaining a 6-point lead over Arellano, 46-40. Final 2 minutes and 13 seconds of the first half for our third game in match day number 8. Letran already in penalty situation. Meanwhile, Arellano is still gonna have to want to have a few more attempts in this game. Almost a steal happening there, but a foul is gonna be called again. That means 2 free throws para sa Arellano. I cannot wait to see the stat sheet on how many free throws were awarded to Arellano because of the penalty situation. It started with at least 6 minutes and 13 seconds remaining. But converting them is another concern. They're gonna have to find a way to get something here. Baluyot splits it. Denver Baluyot now has 4 points in this game so far. Magkale was right there. Now here's Pico. Kicks it out. Silorio, floater. Does not work that time. Rebounded by Baluyot. Less than 2 minutes remaining in the first half. Baluyot, fader. Difficult shot. And that is obviously a foul. That's going to be called against Aaron Manansala. He had the ball. And then the rebound was happening. Silorio is going to go back to the bench. Lumage is going to be finishing this one off. Cargo brings it down. Uses the speed. Magkale thought about it. Mid-range jumper. Masyadong malakas. And rising up is Arwin Alforque. 6 points para kay Arwin in this game. They lead by 7. Here's a jumper from Manansala. Does not work that time. Naiwan lang, and here comes Baluyot. Ready for touchdown. Denver Baluyot with a slam. Oh, but they were too happy with that dunk. It was immediately countered by Quintrell Magkale. Distrito for 3. That's good! Jax Distrito. That's 3 points to cut it down to 4. What an eventful first half it has been. Lumage. It was so close to being there. It rolls all the way off the basket. And Distrito is going to be going to the line to potentially shoot for 2 free throws. Oh, this has been a very close game with both teams having the same mentality. Take it strong to the basket. Get those offensive rebounds when you can. Distrito misses on the first. Could potentially be the second attempt here for Jax. Misses on both. Shot clock is now off. But there's another turnover. Distrito looking to redeem himself. He doesn't. But there's another attempt. Maybe a third one, not so much. Instead, a foul is called. Oh, wow. And after everything that has happened, it will be, I believe, Justin Cargo is going to be tested at the line to shoot for 2. Cargo's first free throw attempt is a miss. Off to the left goes the basketball. Exactly 4.8 seconds remaining in this first half of action as Cargo converts on the second. Now here's Manansala. Oh, he had an idea of shooting it, but Letran didn't have enough more time, as that is going to be the end of the first half of action. After 20 minutes of basketball, Letran leads by 5, 51-46 against the Arellano Braves. We'll be back for the second half dito lamang sa NCAA Season 100. back in action we go here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center to start off the halftime before the start of the second half here at the NCAA Season 100 Juniors Basketball Inspiring Legacies. You see the lead here for Letran, leading against Arellano 51-46. Field goals have been pretty tight. It's only 7 attempts separating these two teams. Pero magkakatalo kasi dun sa offensive rebounds na nakukuha nitong Letran when you compare them towards Arellano, thus leading them the assists as well. The squares have been doing a tremendous job, like contributing and allocating the ball into the best shot possible. But at the same time, both of these teams have to take care of the ball better. Diyan nakakabawi ang Arellano Braves due to a lot of those attempts, and especially from the fast break points. It's 16-8 in favor of Arellano. So there are obvious tendencies na tuwing nangukuha ng Arellano ang bola, it can automatically convert into 2 or 3 points kapag ganyan na nagiging kaso. Meanwhile, for Arellano, they have a higher tendency of making the basket whenever they get it from an offensive rebound. Let's simply take a look at the free throw attempts as well. Aside from the leading scorers that you have D. Manansala and Mendoza with 9, 8, and 7. Hugo De La Rama and Alforque naman para sa Letran with 9, 8, and 6. But the free throws ay hindi rin nagkakalayo para sa dalawang teams na ito. Arellano has made 13 out of 25 attempts converted, at least 52% of those ones. And doon naman sa kabila, you actually have 10 out of 14 attempts mula sa Letran square. So they were able to convert at least 72% of those attempts na dapat sana ay nako-convert nitong Arellano. But those missed opportunities are really gonna be huge, because if they were able to convert on at least a lot of them, then it would probably be a different story. But that is already done for the first half. They are currently trailing by 5. So is this gonna be Arellano bouncing back from some of the errors that they made a while ago, or will it be Letran holding on to this lead as we head into the third quarter of action? Start of the third quarter of play. And there you finally have it. We will be starting off the third quarter with a backcourt violation brought about by the Letran Squires. So Arellano will be starting off the play 51-46 in favor of them. Baluyot had the ball but was at the worst position possible. Ball goes to Letran. Now Padilla sizing up his defender. Now they go to Hugo going up against Baluyot. And that's an offensive foul called against Daniel Quijada. It's nice to see him standing back up on his feet now. But that time he's going to be called for an offensive foul. Now here's Mendoza choosing to go left. Baseline, short on that attempt. De La Rama gets the rebound. Finds Villanueva, who forces the issue. Kicks it out to Quijada. De La Rama. Quijada had a better look. Masyadong malakas, but De La Rama was right there for another offensive rebound. Padilla using a flurry of moves again, this time against Ladica. And that is a defensive stop from John Ray Ladica. Nobody has scored just yet in this second half of action. Both teams looking for their first make in this one. As Ladica, 1 second remaining, and Manansala not even aware of it. 24-second shot clock violation. It has been at least 1 minute and 30 passing by in the third. And neither team has scored a bucket. Letran looking to change that. De La Rama with 10. Now Padilla finds some room. Ball stolen by Manansala. Quick pass to Axel Mendoza, who still couldn't bring a basket home. 2 minutes have already passed by. Who's gonna break their cold streak? 10 seconds remaining para kay Quijada. Now they try to go with Padilla. Short. Mendoza grabs the rebound. Christie's gonna slow it down and speed up the tempo. He leaves it for Manansala, who breaks the ice. But wait a minute. That was an offensive foul. So no ice was broken. Both teams still have yet to score in this game so far. So with that being said, substitutions are gonna be made. You now have Valdeavilla checking in. Villanueva, mid-range shot is his game. And that is a foul called against Manansala. Quite fortunate because it's error after error. Lawrence Villas is going to be checking in this ball game. Now Villanueva can finally open up the scoring output for both of the teams. Alvin Villanueva has 5. Ball rolls off. Now Bilias looks for an attempt. Strong on that one. Ladiga didn't give up on the play, but it did not work. Quijada, Valdeavilla, some room. Could not go, as Letran was caught having last touch. Babalik ang bola dito sa Arellano ngayon. 52-46. Now they try to go at it. It went off. Itong si Quijada, D thought about it. Strong take to the basket. And a traveling violation is given. It is still Arellano trying to plead their case on how it is going to be. So now head coach June Cuevas is going to be given a warning due to the call on that. Valdeavilla, strong take to the basket, just like how you do it on drills. Valdeavilla now has 4 points. Oh, miscommunication again. They still found some way anyway to keep this ball in play. Mendoza smothered by the defense. Now here is Hugo. That is a traveling violation. Dahil hindi niya nakapitan yung bola ng maayos. And with that being said, so far in the first 4 minutes of the game, we have only scored 2 points for both of the teams. Letran leads by 8, 54-46. was looking at the two benches while they were clearly predicting instructions, and Coach Jun Cuevas expresses his frustration with the recent plays that have been happening. Basang-basa na kayo. They're gonna have to find a way to remove that, as finally they have broken the ice right there. Denver Baluyot. He now has 8. The unpredictability of this Arellano team is what Coach Jun Cuevas is asking from his players. De La Rama tries, gets his own rebound. Strong take to the basket. Second chance points. So Juniel De La Rama is the first Squire to be in double digits. Letran stays ahead with 8. Ladiga with 5 seconds remaining. Not a lot of play being manufactured here. Now here's Tagorda. And that is a 24-second shot clock violation. (56-48) is still the scoring output now. Triple team Valdiavilla. Now it's De La Rama who's home. Now they continue. The lead has ballooned to 12. Distrito was swatted from behind, but a foul is going to be called. Actually, the lead is just up to 10 points. 58-48. They're gonna have to obviously find a way to get some points on the board here. Tagorda balling out the play. Had the play in mind before actually executing it. Turnover para sa Arellano. So Letran is going to be going with the inbound. Look at Alforque. Doesn't get it. Mendoza keeps the possession for the Braves. Tagorda calling up the play here, but that's a turnover. Quijada all the way to the basket. Arellano struggling to get the ball on the other side. Thus, the lead ballooning to 12 points. (60-48) is the score. They're having quite a hard time trying to find and feel the way to get inside. Now Baluyot, hounded by the defense. That's a jump ball. Possession arrow will be staying with the Arellano Braves, and the Letran Squires are, of course, given a warning as of the moment. Just to be sure that everything's intact. Brings it for Mendoza. Power move. Does not connect. Danan grabs the rebound, and Letran could potentially extend this to an even bigger lead, but Danan napitawan yung bola. Unsure passing from the Squires, or from the Braves. But they will still maintain possession 17 seconds left in the shot clock. The Braves have scored only 2 points in this quarter so far, but a foul is going to be called against Arellano. Just 10 seconds remaining on the shot clock. Tagorda. Baluyot. Not a lot happening on the play so far from Arellano, as another turnover is going to be given by the Braves in this matchup. Distrito checks in for Baluyot. D checks in for Tagorda. And the lead stays at 12. Now here's Silorio. Some room. Masyadong malakas, but look who is there. Alforque with a 2. Vergara 3. That's good. Sean Vergara. That's his first 2 points in this game so far. There's another try. Now it's Silorio. Babawi kaya? Not gonna be the case. 11 points separating these two teams. You see everything but the shot right there. (62 to 51) with a bit more than 2 minutes remaining in this game. Or should I say the third quarter? While the Avilia gathers some step. That's a make, but the offensive foul was called first, so it will not count. UC will be absorbing that inbound. They get it across in time. There's Vergara, thought about it. Mendoza almost had it in. Just not enough English, pero babalik naman siya sa free throw line to be able to shoot 2 free throws. Mendoza's first attempt is a make. Axel Mendoza currently has 8 points in this game so far. And he brings the lead right back to single digits. 62 to 53. And that is a turnover, led about by Chris D's defense. Momentum slowly shifting to their side as Vergara lights up a 3. Doesn't work that time. But Valde Avilla, foot race. Here he goes. Igagana sa puntong yon. Alforque with the last touch. Babalik ang bola sa Arellano. A minute and 23 left in the third quarter. Arellano could make a late run to hopefully give them some momentum. UC, strong take. Wants to get it right back. Alforque is not allowing it. Now Silorio wants to go to Danan for another teardrop. Ray Danan now has 7. He goes for another midi. He gets it right back. Chris D now with 11 points. Celorio, some room. Does not get it in. Here's Danan again. Does not get it to fall. Danan getting multiple attempts in this game. Shot clock is off, 10 seconds remaining. Oh, that's not the best attempt right there. Celorio tosses it to Valdeavilla. Goes to the right, rejected. He gets it right back, smothered. And that is gonna be the end of the third quarter, with Letran leading by 9 points. 64 for the Squires, 55 for the Braves. We will be back for the final frame of this game. Trumpets know it's prime time. Fourth quarter underway. You are still watching the NCAA Season 100 Inspiring Legacies. My name is Hans Galeria. You're currently looking at the Letran cheering squad, and they have the advantage. A 9-point difference, 64 to 55. Quiñones can look to add to it. Baluyot absorbs the rebound. Still have 2 more games right after this, but this is an intense game of its own. D. Oh, Quiñones was there waiting for it. Villanueva, strong take to the basket. Alvin Villanueva now has 7. Baluyo tosses it in, and there's Mendoza. 4th shot will not work. Villanueva leaves it for Quiñones. Now it's Lumage. But he wasn't ready for that pass. Christie. Now here's Baluyot. Getting it right back. Denver Baluyot now has 10 points in this game. 2 Arellano Braves in double figures. Letran passing the ball around. Here's Cargo. But that was a 3-second violation called against Jello Lumage. So now they're going to be going back to a half-court pressure with a 1-2-2 with Quiñones at the head. Cross-court pass, Landiga, straight up 3. In and out it goes. But a foul will pause the play from happening, as Axel Mendoza is going to be called for that foul once more. Nine points still separating these two teams. That is obviously an offensive foul called against Ilorio. He was pleading his case that he was just not minding his arms. But Silorio is going to be heading back to the bench. Instead, it's Clint Pico joining the party here as the 5 of Coach Willie Miller. Leaves it for Baluyot. He's immediately doubled. Now he's tripled. He's looking for a way to get out of this. He does not. But the ball stays with him. Our officials are literally saying that it is Arellano ball. But Coach Willie Miller says, you know what? I'm going to use my challenge. And that's exactly what's going to happen. Arellano University currently standing at 3 wins and 4 losses. Really important win here to give them a higher chance of making it into the Final Four. On the other hand, Colegio San Juan de Letran currently has 5 wins and 2 losses. This is going to be able to strengthen their position of already being part of the Final Four. Because again, based on our statisticians, the magic number should be 5. And they already have 5 wins. So 6 would be even better. They're still looking at the review as of the moment. And the ball stays with the Arellano Braves. The challenge is going to be unsuccessful. 2 minutes have passed by in the 4th. Ladica with the inbound. Finds Mendoza, and now the Braves are on the move. Baluyot finds the other side. 3 seconds remaining. Couldn't make the most of it was Vergara. So now Villanueva rushes to get it to Lumage. That was almost a backcourt violation. Cargo doesn't get it in. A tap from Ladica. Now the Braves are on the move. Once more, D. He gets it after almost a steal was gonna happen. Here's D for 3. Too strong of an attempt. Now here's Villanueva. The Arellano Brave squads are cheerleading. And there was an opening. Pico gets it in. Clint Pico, that's point number 3 and 4 para sa kanya ngayon. Now here he goes again. Mendoza leaves it for Ladica. 3. Does not work. Another attempt has happened. And things have been going Letran's way in the past 2 minutes with Quiñones. Strong take. 2 Letran squads are on the floor. D right there. Ladica. Soft touch is going to put them right back where they left off. John Ray Ladica currently has 8 points, but the lead stays at 9. Letran keeping Arellano within distance as Ladica will be called for a foul. Lawrence Pilias is going to be checking in para kay Sean Vergara. And looking at the defense here of Arellano, they're looking for a 1-2-2 defense that kind of like changes to a 3-2. Oh no, it's actually a 1-3-1. And that defense has worked. as Tim Cruz off angle with that pass attempt. Now they continue. Here comes Pilia, strong take, soft touch is good. Lawrence Pilias, yan ang kanyang unang 2 puntos sa laban na to. Cuts the lead down to 7. Taking their sweet time are the Squires. They're passing the ball around. Cargo, mid-range, or that's actually Padilla. They give another shot for Cruz, who couldn't get it. Outlet pass immediately to John Ray Ladica, who gets rejected by Cargo. Now Padilla is fouled. Oh, a development of events here. Not a lot of scoring happening in the 4th quarter, but there's certainly a lot of defense being played by both of the teams. Five minutes remaining. Cruz, some room. Not gonna happen, but Pico with another offensive rebound. Cruz would love to have a second try. Instead, Padilla takes it from midi. Another attempt. Pico, some life. Take a look at that. Now here's D. They're looking for somebody else. Baluyo takes it all the way. Soft touch doesn't work. Letran with a defensive stop. Screen given by Pico here. Cruz, some room. Kaboom! And all of a sudden, balik ang kalamangan ng Letran sa 11 puntos. Ladica gets rejected by Cargo. Right from behind. Letran, this is their way of basketball. Possibly on attempt, Pilias forces it again. Obviously will not happen, a hard fall. Between Lumage and Pilias. The ball will stay with the Arellano Braves, but at the same time, they don't have a lot of it. Time to be specific. Now here's Mendoza. Off angle is the shot. Now here's Cruz slowing down the tempo for Letran. He almost kicked it out. Manansala had a hand on it. Pads, some room. No good. Baluyot finds it. Sense of urgency is being felt now by Arellano. Here comes Manansala, mid-range J. Short. Cargo was right there, but it looks like that's going to be a blocking foul called against Arellano. Cargo's going to have to take some time to actually get up. That was a hard foul after all. Clint Pico goes back to the bench and gets a really good commendation from his teammates. 72-61 with 3:18 to go. Now here's Padilla, strong, reverse, does not work. De La Rama wanted to go at it, but he still gotten the rebound anyway. Pads, 8 seconds remaining. Sizing up the defense, some room. Too strong, that one. But still, Lumage. And now Letran's gonna slow it down. Oh, those extra attempts have been so unforgiving for Arellano. Padilla, teardrop. And I thought that was going to be another possession, but apparently not. The bench of Letran was ready to explode right after the attempt was made. Some final substitutions are going to be made right here as Elijah UC checks in for Axel Mendoza. Same goes for Jax Distrito, replacing Lawrence Pillas. Separated by 11 points. Here comes Christie. UC for 3. That's good. Could be a close fight as of the moment. Para sa Arellano, back to a single possession ball game. Or a single digit ball game. But wait, De La Rama was right there. And then all of a sudden, Baluyot was rejected again. And now, you only have 2 minutes remaining in this game. There's another teardrop. De La Rama was right there once more. He has been going online all the time. Distrito, 3. Off. Manansala was there to get another rebound. Now they're going to try to go for it. The Arellano bench is screaming defense, but no one left to guard Padilla. Turns around. Separated by 10 points. A desperation call para sa Arellano. But Letran having a bit more stride to their step. Fast-paced basketball from minute 1 hanggang minute 40. Yan ang posible at madalas nating makita sa ngayon. But hold up, apparently, there's gonna be a review called against or called by Coach June Cuevas and the rest of the Arellano Braves, just to be sure that it was actually the right play happening. As of this moment, we still have 2 games right after this one, so make sure to check us here at the Phil Oil Eco Oil Center live at San Juan. Or just in case, make sure to like and follow and share the official broadcast live streams of the NCAA Philippines at the Facebook and YouTube channels of our pages. Score is still at 76-66. 10 points separating these 2 teams. And you cannot deny the fact that Letran has managed to take a hold of the situation. Now it's Cruz. Cargo finds De La Rama, slowing it down, taking their time. And that is a foul. And Arellano is already at the penalty. So that means 2 free throws will be awarded to Timothy Cruz. And for Tim Cruz, he only has 3 points in this game so far. But his contribution to this game has been more of the facilitator type. And he's one of the reasons why Letran is in the lead. Two for 2. A total of 5 points already. Here's D. Doesn't get it in. So now Padilla wants to go at it. The Braves diving on the floor. All hope is not gone, but time is definitely running out. Arellano would be, I believe, calling on their final timeout in this game. Meanwhile, for Letran, they still have a soft cushion that they want to hold on to. We're going to figure out if that will continue Or will it be Letran getting that win number 6? Because again, for the Letran Squires, they're going to be going up against the Perpetual Help Junior Altas for that final matchup that we're going to be seeing, I believe, on Sunday. Meanwhile, for Arellano, you don't want to be in a situation where your hopes of making it to the Final Four is dependent on the other teams. There's still a lot of time left para sa Arellano, pero marami pa rin silang kailangan na habulin. Coach Willie Miller giving some final instructions to his boys. And again, we started off this second half with Letran leading 35-40. And Letran together with Perpetual is going to be facing off on Monday. Now that is going to be another series I cannot wait to watch. We're going to be seeing all of these 10 teams once again on Monday, which is going to be an interesting case on how the rest of the regular season is going to be ending. But Letran, of course, taking their time to go up. With what is about to happen, as the Squires have possession of the basketball. 1:19 remaining, 12-point lead for Letran. 78-66 is the score. Letran looking for their win number 6. Arellano still hopeful of making it 4-4. Magcale thought about the jumper. Now it's Arellano on the run. They're looking to find it through. But that was still Tim Cruz with the last touch of the basketball. 10 seconds. Or should I say 11 seconds have already passed by since the last 2 plays have been made. But of course, our officials are going to be reviewing it just in case that there was a certain angle that they didn't see. This is a very important possession, most especially for Arellano on their quest to be able to bounce back. Because a minute is a minute. Anything can happen in a minute. But the call stands. It will stay with Arellano. Looking at how many three-pointers they've had, they've only had 3 in this game so far. And it also came from 3 different people. So maybe, just maybe, Ladiga, 3. Still couldn't go. UC will get it back. Distrito finds Ladiga, second try, smothered again. And all of a sudden you have it. Cruz is off to the runs. And that will be a foul. Called against D. Timothy Cruz could put the icing on the cake in this matchup. Gets the first. The lead goes up to 13. And it might be a bit difficult for Arellano to be able to do something about this now. But Telarama gets his 10th rebound. Another double-double performance from Juniel Telarama. 16 points, 10 rebounds. He's always been like this. Distrito lines it up for 3. Make that 11. 11 rebounds for Juniel De La Rama. Filling up the stat sheet. They just want to go at it. Lumage. A steal was right there. And there is Ladika going for it. They obviously want more chances. And that's a turnover. Para kay Justin Cargo, immediately apologizing. Ladika already has 10 points in this game so far. They're gonna have to chuck something up pretty quickly here, and that is a foul counted. Elijah Yusi not giving up just yet. Still a lot more time to be played here if they play their cards right. Elijah Yusi. There's another one of those. De La Rama with obviously 12 points. I do not understand where it's coming from. De La Rama literally just taking his time, acknowledging everything. And Chris D is gonna be going to the going back to the bench. Because again, a review is gonna be made, and my goodness, what a performance so far from the Letran Squires. It's been a really tight matchup from the start, and now Juniel De La Rama can add to his 16-point output right here. Make that 17 points para kay Juniel De La Rama. Misses on the second attempt. And there it finally goes. Ladika gets rejected. But he's gonna be right there to finish things off. 2 seconds remaining. And that is gonna be the end of this game. What an effort from the defending champions. Just making sure to be in control of the final frame of action. With a final score of this game, 80 for the Letran Squires, 72 for the Arellano Braves. Letran gets their win number 6 in NCAA Season 100. best player of the game in that Letran kontra sa Arellano matchup is none other than Juniel De La Rama.
Hello po.
17 points, 12 rebounds, and almost 6 out of 9 attempts. Juniel, napapadalas na yung pagkikita natin dito. But I am sure that you have something to prove. Kamusta ba yung condition mo ngayon with your fall from your last game?
Siguro po nangangapa pa po kasi na-injury po ako nung first quarter po namin, kalaban po namin kalaban namin.
Yeah, like your recent opponent. So ngayon, first half, you only had like 8 points and 2 rebounds. It was a good performance, pero pagdating nung second half, biglang sumampo yung rebound mo. Ano ba yung first half? Kapa ba yun? Were you still feeling some things from your injury?
Masakit po yung masakit po yung shoulder ko. Kaya di pa ako baka pag inano ko, baka maano pa.
Just to be safe, at least you are still performing the way that you are today. Kwentuhan mo naman kami, you're gonna be going up against Perpetual sa susunod yung laban. They only have 1 loss and they're at the top of the standings. Anong dapat na asahan ng ating mga manonood, especially the Letran community, with your matchup that's happening on Monday?
Siguro po pagigihan lang po namin yung mga dapat bantayan sa kanila at saka yung mga sinasabi ng coaches namin, lang po namin para po magawa namin ng tama yung mga pinapagawa nila at saka po focus lang po at magpalakas po ng katawan. Kasi alam naman po namin na malakas po yung Perpetual kasi sila po yung nakalaban namin last year, kaya paghahandaan po namin sila.
And we're also gonna be waiting dun sa matchup na hinihintay namin next week happening on Monday. Juniel, hindi ko na patatagalin pa. I will give the floor to you para pasalamatan lahat ng sumusuporta sa'yo.
Shoutout mo pa pala sa mama ko, Mama Jubilin, at Papa Junior Geraldo, at saka kuya ko, sa kapatid ko na babae, at saka yung mga tita ko, yung coach ko, Coach Romeo Rivera Bulyo, at saka Coach Brunel Villarba, at saka Kwasulit family, Anong family, at saka Witty family. Salamat po sa inyo, and shoutout lang po sa my supportive and loving girlfriend. At saka po sa Letran community and kay Boss.
We finally have it once again. Juniel De La Rama, 17 points, 12 rebounds as Letran gets their 6th win in Season 100. Magbabalik tayo for the continuation of NCAA Philippines.
Sige po.